What is up, everybody? How are we doing this morning? Are we ready for today's trial? We should have Kate Moss on the stand this morning. Not sure who else the witnesses are going to be. Not exactly sure what's going to be going on. You guys can hear me all right this morning? The arm's a little sore this morning. So we're going to check something out here real quick. I want to make sure that you guys can hear them and hear me without the echo this morning. As you can tell, I've got an earbud in, so we're going to try some Bluetooth, a Bluetooth headpiece, see if that helps out. Can you guys hear me okay over that? Do I need to reduce the sound of that? No echo this morning. We're all good on the echo and everything. You have no audio on the other end? Well, we might have to just deal with the echo then. I don't know why that would be. Let me try removing it. Still no sound over on their end?
I don't even know. I know, and he held his hand out and he wanted it, and now he's doing it, so I've been trying for a while now. He's an artist. Of course he wants it. Yeah. Yeah.
Now you got sound for them?
And what did you say he did? Oh, well, we were up at the corner and they slowed down a little bit and he put his hand out and he saw it and he wanted it and then they sped up. So
awesome.
Now that
okay, good. Now how's the sound between
it's an artist thing, you know, like he's just one artist to another. So now it's just a point of getting it to him. He needs the joy in his life right now. He does. And do you want to get your name and if it is sure. It's Maria. M-A-R-I-A.
H-U-R-T-A. Well, I want them to be a touch louder than me, and the reason why I want them to be a touch louder than me is because we get people that complain that I'm talking while they're talking.
Absolutely. Let's hope I can get it to them tomorrow. No, might have to knock it down.
I can always turn them down a little bit too. How's that? Okay, I guess we'll know for sure once the trial starts. If I seem to be too loud or you guys can't hear them as well, just let me know and I will readjust their audio. Yeah, did you see the two people that were in dinosaur suits out there this morning? So I don't know how long these headphones will last because they are powered Bluetooth headphones, but we'll find out. I may be a little late coming back this afternoon for the after lunch break because I do have to go and over to somebody else's house just right down the road and check out their pigs for them. But yesterday, what a decimating day for Amber Heard's team. They did their best to try to do a little bit of damage control, but the witnesses had too much damning evidence. I know for those of you that may have been a little disappointed with just the very short deposition video from Jennifer, the boss of Whitney. Don't worry. What she did is she handed over her email to the jury, and the jury has that email to read. Now, for those of you that haven't read the email, it is damning. It is horrible. It points out Whitney. She believes that Whitney has been asked to perjure herself on the stand. It's saying, talking about the incident on the stairs, how everything went down, the fact that she stayed in her bedroom with her kids and that she'd been going through abuse from her sister for years. It's not good. It's not good for Amber Heard's team. It's definitely not good for Whitney. It definitely perjures Whitney for sure. Not just in this trial, but in the UK. So it's not going to be good for her. And that's the other thing that popped up yesterday in the middle of the trial. TMZ scurried to go and try to put a cease and desist on questioning one of the witnesses that Johnny Depp's team is going to bring as to who leaked the video of Johnny in the kitchen slamming around cabinets and cupboards and stuff like that with the big glass of wine and grabbing Amber Heard's video. I think we all know only the copyright owner has the rights to share that type of content. Trust me, I know. I've had to sell my videos from I've had to give copyright ownership over on some of my videos to places like Viral Hog and Be Viral and things like that from TikTok. I can tell you that they make sure that the person that gives them the video is definitely the person that has the rights to the video, the person that filmed the video. There's only one person that could have possibly have been, and we all know that that's Amber Heard. So really, with them just putting that out, they just put the doubt in the mind of the jury as to, oh, I wonder how that got leaked. Not to mention the fact, back in the UK trial, the deposition for Amber Heard, you can see her when she says, and TMZ found out, and then she immediately puts her hands up. She knew she made a mistake then. And ever since then, she has been denying that she's ever submitted anything to TMZ. All rise.
Good morning. All right. Do we have any preliminary matters?
How well can you hear me over the judge, or am I too loud? Do I need to bring it down a little bit? You guys know me. I tend to talk at times while they're talking. And I know some people get a little frustrated with it. Unfortunately, I mean, if you want to watch it without anybody talking over the top, you can just go straight to the Law and Crime channel and watch it there. Here, the reason why we do it like this is because it's like we're all sitting down and watching it with somebody else, and people ask me for my opinions on certain things. So that's why I talk while they talk at times. Johnny looking good today. Went back with the gray suit, it looks like. He's got his artwork ready to go. Got his little thing of candy. that narcissistic behavior. Yes. If you're in here watching on the, good Lord, this earpiece, my ears are too small for these things. If you're in here watching on the YouTube channel, please do me a favor and leave a like and a share on the channel. Really helps me out. So I was approached by somebody yesterday saying that I should do more of this stuff even after the trial's over. Maybe anything from try not to laugh videos to watching like other documentaries, things like that. I don't know. You guys can tell me what you think in the comments. I wonder if we'll get Elaine today. I would love Elaine to try to cross-examine Kate Moss. That'd be great. In Space with Markiplier? No, I have not seen In Space with Markiplier. Well, we got a pretty decent group here already this morning. We're sitting on 26. We got 7 sitting in over at Twitch. Thank you so much for the Twitch supporters. And I got 19 over on YouTube. So we're doing all right this morning. I hate these moments of silence where they just turn off the courtroom microphone. It drives me crazy. I don't like uncomfortable silence. According to Court TV, Kate is expected to be the first witness. Okay, sir. Well, they did say that they were going to have 5 witnesses today, so... Yeah, there's a lot of people that are not happy with there's a lot of people that are not happy with Amber Heard, especially in the Me Too movement, the DV community in general. She's put a bad name. She's put a bad name on the ability to make a claim, really. Is she dressed like a pilgrim again today? Is she dressed like a neo pilgrim? My beautiful wife is actually off work today, you guys. So if you hear her moving around in the background or something like that, just feel free to say hi to Angel. Is that a second cup of coffee? We're getting into it this morning, huh? No.
The first one didn't hit the spot.
First one. Maybe you needed a mud water. Everybody says good morning.
Good morning.
Let's bet on the last day of court that Amber comes dressed as a nun. That would be amazing. Definitely a big hi to the lovely Angel, they said. Now, I haven't checked that DUI guy. Just to let you guys know, after that DUI got home last night, he posted all of his all of his experiences with what he saw with the jurors based on the testimonies that were given. That's essentially what he does. There he is right there behind the lady with the polka dotted shirt looking at the camera. That is the DUI guy. Gray shirt, gray hair, no beard. That is the DUI guy. He watches the jury closely and takes notes. So if you guys ever are wondering what the jurors are thinking during the trial, he gives a really good explanation as to their body language, what they're doing, how they're reacting. The Amish looking dress, wasn't that day one? Like day one, she wore the Amish dress thing, whatever the hell it was that she was looking. Amber Heard has 3 looks: Matrix villain, Austin Powers villain, and corporate villain. Yeah, she's got 3 looks. Technically, she's got 1 look: villain.
Testing the fence.
Are they testing the fence? The Raptors are testing the fence. Everybody is saying good morning, Angel.
Morning, everyone.
And Johnny comes as a pirate. No, I mean, it would be awesome for Johnny to come in as Captain Jack Sparrow on the last day.
Carrying a jar of dirt.
Carrying his jar of dirt. I got a jar of dirt. Oh my God. How long are we gonna be sitting on the sidebar this morning? Oh, are we revved up though? Are we ready? Are we ready for Kate Moss today? Like,
Why is she testifying?
Kate Moss was in a relationship with Johnny for a long time. And they brought up the fact that, well, let's be clear. Amber Heard brought up the fact that the rumor of Johnny Depp pushing Kate Moss down a set of stairs. So they're like, yes. And they brought in Kate Moss, not only to testify about his character, about the fact that she never felt threatened, the fact that he never beat her, any of that, but to also fucking dismiss that she has never been pushed down a flight of stairs. Oh, Whitney's always back. Whitney's been there every day of the trial. I mean, if you're going to perjure yourself on behalf of your sister, you might as well stick next to her and stick it through. Well, they're not really recasting Captain Jack Sparrow. What they're doing is they're talking about putting Margot Robbie into to replace him. They're probably saying no to Kate Moss because she'll make Amber look bad. Yeah, right. Good morning. Angel said my pig makes Amber look bad. Good morning. Both are fine. What, Jamie? Pirates without Depp needs to tank. I mean, to be honest with you, Pirates of the Caribbean was kind of getting, for a lot of people, it was getting stale. I think the only reason people continued to watch it was because of Johnny Depp's character. But the last one was not very good. Oh, wow. Jamie, are you really far behind on do you need to catch up to the live stream? Because that's something I mentioned almost 20 minutes ago. If they did a Young Jack storyline before the Black Pearl. Yep. Yeah, I agree. And you know who they should use? Honestly, I mean, if he still looks anything similar to Johnny Depp, Skeet Ulrich, if he could pull off the voice. Well, and Kappa is already getting impatient with the sidebar. If you guys can't tell. Yep, she's doing a great job over there. Tigger, she can't hear you. And you know, okay, so for anybody that's wondering, do you know how who Johnny Depp modeled parts of Jack Sparrow from? Keith Richards. And who played Jack Sparrow's dad? That's right, Kappa, Keith Richards. You know, here's the thing, is that she's only barking because Angel's in the kitchen. she's barking at Angel, and nobody knows why. She just sits in a chair, and she barks at her. This is what you have to deal with, guys, when you watch a YouTuber that has a lot of animals. So I apologize in advance. You're going to go take it? Okay. I might have to accidentally step away from the trial momentarily.
To make sure I don't slip.
To make sure you don't slip in the shower. Oh, my God.
Oh, fuck.
Well, are the jurors in yet?
They overslept.
Well, yeah, because they've got to be in the courtroom right at 9. So she's already eaten, Ryan. You got it, Nix. Nope. Now she doesn't have anything to bark. Nope. But now she's just barking just to bark. It's gonna be a day, guys. It's gonna be a day here. See, Kappa only really barks like this when we don't get enough likes on the YouTube video based on the number of people that are watching. Barks like this when see, there it is. Holy God, dog. Justice. Cap is just justice. Oh, this dog. Kappa! Come on now. It's beyond the point of annoyance. I will put you outside. Well, the jury is due to be seated by 9 o'clock in the morning. So I don't know if this is pre-jury. I wish you could at least at some point in time see the jury. This is one of the longest sidebars that they've had. I wonder if they are bringing up the TMZ issue right now. There's no food in that bowl. Oh my goodness. Well, but they don't know if the guy from TMZ will be able to take the stand because TMZ last second is trying to push out a non-disclosure for the person that they're getting ready to call to the witness stand. I don't know why they don't ever show the jury. Well, I mean, the thing is let's hear. So today we're starting off with 3 hours on Amber Heard's side, and what was it, 10 hours on Johnny Depp's side? That was the rough estimate.
All right. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, please be seated. Next witness.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Depp calls Kate Moss to the stand.
All right.
She will be appearing on your screen.
All right, ma'am, can you hear me? Yes, can you count to 5 for me?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh,
Thank
that's
you, ma'am.
definitely
If you
Kate
could raise
Moss.
your right hand.
All right, can you guys
Do you swear affirm to tell the truth under
can
penalty
you guys
of law?
hear me over them the
I
same
do.
as them?
Thank you.
I just want to know. I'm only going to
Good
talk right
morning,
now.
Ms. Moss, or I should say,
for a moment.
good afternoon, your time. My name is Ben Chu from the firm of Brown Rudnick. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Kate Moss,
Ms. Moss, where do you reside?
London, England.
Same
From
as
where
them.
are you
Okay.
testifying today, Ms. Moss?
Gloucestershire, England.
Ms. Moss, do you know Johnny Depp?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Mr. Depp?
I had a relationship with him.
Did there come a time when you and Mr. Depp had a romantic relationship?
Yes.
For how long, Ms. Moss, were you and Mr. Depp a romantic couple?
From 1993 to 1994 to 1998.
It's 4 years.
Ms. Moss, did there come a
years longer than her.
time when you, while you and Mr. Depp were a couple, that the two of you took a vacation together to the Golden Eye Resort in Jamaica?
Yes.
What, if anything, happened when you were in Jamaica with Mr. Depp?
We were leaving the room, and Johnny left the room before I did, and there had been a rainstorm, and as I left the room, I slid down the stairs, and I hurt my back.
How did you...
And
I apologize, Ms. Moss. Please continue.
and I screamed because I was in because I didn't know what had happened to me and I was in pain. And he came running back to help me and carried me to my room and got me medical attention.
Aww.
Did Mr. Depp push you in any way down the stairs?
No,
During the course of your relationship, did he ever push you down any stairs?
no, he never pushed me, kicked me,
Uh-oh.
or threw me down any stairs.
Ms. Moss, have you ever before today
Yeah,
testified in any kind of court proceeding?
No, I have never.
Why did you decide to testify today?
Objection, Your Honor.
All right,
That's beyond the scope of what we just talked about.
all right, I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Ms. Moss. We have nothing further at this time. We greatly appreciate your.
Well, I mean, she
taking
was
the
an
time.
international supermodel,
testify.
All
Ryan.
right, any
So
cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you, Ms. Moss.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
they said that she cried for years after they broke up.
All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, we're calling Dr. Shannon Curry.
I'm honestly
Move the
confused as
TV.
why they didn't ask if any incidences or anything like that further in the relationship, if Johnny ever, like, it's really weird that that's the only thing that they brought her in for. Like, why didn't they give her as a character witness to be like, in that 4 years at any point in time, you know, did Johnny ever suffer from alcoholism or drink copious amounts of alcohol or, you know, substance abuse? And during that time, was he ever violent towards you? You know, like, establish that he's been like this in the past, but he wasn't violent towards these people. I don't understand why they didn't do that.
All right, Dr. Curry.
Now, is this the guy? Is this the guy from TMZ? No. Who is this?
Good morning, Mr. Dennison.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Oh, Curry. This is a psychiatrist, right?
Dr.
Yeah.
Shannon Curry.
That's fine. Maybe you're still under oath, so please have a seat, doctor.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Curry.
Good morning.
Can you remind the jury who you are and what you do?
Sure. I'm Dr. Shannon Curry. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist, and I'm here today to rebut the testimony that was provided by Dr. Hughes.
Which of the opinions rendered by Dr. Hughes do you intend to rebut?
So generally speaking, there are three main categories that I'd like to talk about today. So the first is that Dr. Hughes misrepresented the tests and the results that she utilized in her evaluation. She misrepresented my testing and the results that I obtained in my evaluation. And she communicated in a manner, provided testimony in a manner that presented essentially her own opinions and the self-report of Ms. Heard as facts.
Uh-huh.
Okay, the first category you talked about was the misrepresentation of her own test methods and results. What do you mean by that?
So Dr. Hughes she stated that she administered 12 tests. In actuality, she used 8 checklists About half of those were symptom checklists. The other half were checklists about experiences that people can have with domestic violence. And those are not appropriate for forensic settings. They are easily exploited.
Put the glasses back on, please, God.
Other issues that you intend to address relative to misrepresentation of own results?
Yes, so in addition to using these checklist measures, which are easily exploited in a forensic context, they're developed for research or treatment only. She also stated that these checklists revealed things that they simply cannot reveal, especially in this context. Let's see. She also misrepresented information, clear indications on several of the objective measures that she offered. And there were indications visible that Ms. Heard had essentially engaged in what we call response distortion. So clear indications of exaggeration on one of the measures that's specific to PTSD, clear minimization of symptoms, intentional, on another more broad personality and psychopathology-based measure that she gave to Ms. Heard, which she did not acknowledge.
Did you intend to address anything relative to the CAPS-5?
I did. So Dr. Hughes administered the CAPS-5 about 10 days after I did, almost 2 years after she initially tested Ms. Heard. And she did not administer the test appropriately. So she left major components blank. She didn't apply the scoring rules that are clearly outlined with the test. And yet she diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD based on that assessment.
Can we all agree that the doctor could play a better mirror than Amber Heard and is more attractive?
Assessment inventory.
So of the tests that Dr. Hughes administered, 2 would be considered, of those 12, 2 would be considered what we call forensically relevant instruments, meaning that they're objective enough and they provide us with some information about how the examinee approached the test, that it would be appropriate for this setting where the examinee is going to have a natural incentive to present themselves in a way that benefits the outcome of their case. Now, on the PAI, there were clear indications that Ms. Heard was responding and obtained scores in a manner that's consistent with individuals who have a personality disorder. And there was also an indication that several scales, we call this a configuration. So you might have one main scale that you notice is elevated, then you look for additional subscale information to get additional information on what could be elevating that scale. And there was a configuration that showed that even though Ms. Heard had moderately elevated one of the scales that can be associated with trauma, that elevation is better explained by childhood or distant traumatic experiences like the complex trauma Ms. Heard reported experiencing growing up.
Okay. You said that Dr. Hughes utilized checklists that are not appropriate for forensic analysis. Can you explain that?
Yes. So as I said, in any sort of forensic context, whether it's a civil or a criminal matter, a person who's being evaluated is going to have major incentive to present in a way that benefits the outcome of their case. So you always approach the examination, I believe Dr. Hughes said, with a healthy dose of skepticism, but that alone is not enough. We have to operationalize that. So we actually have to administer very comprehensive objective tests that either control for attempts to manipulate the test results or reveal attempts to manipulate the test results, so that we're not just blindly accepting
every witness
the results
that Amber Heard has brought out,
or the self-report of the examinee.
How many tests were administered by Dr. Hughes?
She said that she administered 12 tests.
How many of them were appropriate for forensic physical examination?
So the trauma symptom inventory is appropriate. It's an objective measure, and it does have 2 primary scales that look at how the person approached the test. The personality assessment inventory is an excellent test. It is a broadband measure, meaning that it captures not only symptoms of mental illness, but also general personality traits. That also gives us pretty detailed scales similar to that one test I administered, the MMPI, that tells us a lot of nuanced information about the way the person approached the test. She also administered a malingering screen that can be very, very useful, but not in this context. So it's called the Miller Forensic Assessment Symptom Test. It's a brief set of questions that you ask the examinee, and it's been shown by research to be extremely effective at identifying an examinee's attempts to fake a severe mental illness or psychosis. And psychosis is when somebody loses complete connection with reality. It's excellent for that purpose. It's actually been shown in the research to not be effective at all for identifying a respondent's attempts to fake PTSD, anxiety, or mood disorders. The questions are just too odd for somebody who has the wherewithal to be trying to have PTSD to endorse. They see through it. So she used that. That's a fine test, but not appropriate for this context.
Of the various tests that she administered, how many were these checklists?
8 of them.
All right.
Amber's prepping her eyes
What are you
for
talking about
her
specifically?
non-existent
Okay.
tears later.
So I had mentioned that there were 2 main categories of checklists she used. The first is the symptom checklists. Those included the Beck Depression Inventory. It's a brief inventory of items that essentially show all of the symptoms of depression that a person might have, and you rate which level of severity you have for each question. She also gave the Beck Anxiety Inventory, very similar, but just with questions about anxiety. She gave the Mood Disorder Questionnaire, which is a very brief, again, checklist. It shows symptoms of bipolar disorder. Bipolar disorder is a mood disorder where you might have an extended manic episode and then
I
a
just
very
love that they're going
extended
to let her just
depressive
ramble
episode.
because
And then
they
she
have the
gave
time.
the post-traumatic stress disorder checklist, and that is a screening instrument only. It contains every single symptom of PTSD. So there's a secondary danger here too. When you think about it, given that PTSD is the most frequently feigned and claimed diagnosis in civil courts, if you're handing somebody a checklist that lists every single symptom of PTSD, you're essentially teaching them all the little nuances that we're looking for to give that diagnosis. So she gave that to Ms. Heard.
Amber
Ms.
just
Heard
looks like she's been
endorsed
busted.
most of the items, and Dr. Hughes diagnosed her with PTSD and substantiated that opinion by Ms. Heard's checking those items on the PCL-5.
Were there another group of checklists that Dr. Hughes used?
Yes, so she also, and I forgot one on the last because I don't think of it as one, but previously I'd explained, and I do not expect you to remember, it's called the Life Events Checklist, which is just an inventory of experiences a person may have gone through that are traumatic. Dr. Hughes also used that, and that's appropriate to use before the clinician administered PTSD scale, the gold standard CAPS-5. However, she administered this long ago before she gave the CAPS-5. Now that going on to the second group, there were 3 checklists that she gave that are specific to abuse. And the first she gave, the Danger Assessment Scale, was actually developed for use by nursing staff in an emergency room setting, specifically for female victims of intimate partner violence. The purpose of this is important because our forensic ethics, our psychology ethics talk a lot about relevance. Is the test relevant to the purpose? And the Danger Assessment Scale, its initial purpose was completely different. This was developed to show high risk factors for dangerousness and pretty much to help a female who is in an extremely abusive partnership, who is in the emergency room with extreme injuries, to stop rationalizing, because if she has to check off all the things that have happened that year that have been dangerous, does he own a gun? Has he, I won't go into all of them, but the more she checks off, the more likely it is that she might realize that she is in imminent danger and then accept resources offered by the hospital and social work to protect her. That was the purpose of this scale. It was never intended to be used as a retrospective measure to look back in time and find out whether abuse was occurring based on one person's report years later in a litigation. She also gave the conflict tactics scale revised, the second edition. Similarly, this scale was developed for research purposes, to research family violence. Again, there is no control for exaggeration or minimizing. It was just given to research participants anonymously so that we could get data on the prevalence of abuse and how abusive dynamics work. And on that, there's 39 questions where the respondent indicates essentially certain abusive behaviors they may have engaged in, and then 39 where they indicate behaviors their partner might have engaged in. And obviously you can understand that in a forensic setting, the respondent is likely to put a very minimal amount of behaviors they engaged in, and then extremely increase the number of behaviors their partner might have. And then lastly, let's see, the abusive behaviors observation checklist was the third checklist she gave. This one has not, there's no known research even on its effectiveness for what it was developed. It's a theoretical, very brief checklist that was meant to be used for therapy, where an individual who had experienced domestic violence could essentially read through some of the behaviors that constitute violence that they might not have been aware of. And if those behaviors applied to them, or if some of those coping strategies were ones they utilized, they would check that off. And then they have a way to talk about it because now it's been put to words. Again, this is similarly problematic. If you're in a civil litigation, the person's motivated to have their results be consistent with a claim or an allegation of intimate partner violence and an allegation that they've been severely harmed, then they could simply just check off more. And not only that, but checklists like this one specifically give a lot of nuanced information about
She's
what
essentially just
clinicians
saying
might
she
be
gave Amber
looking
Heard all
for
the tools to
when they're
lie.
assessing whether violence was present or whether the person's self-report is consistent with a genuine self-report of having been victimized. They're given all that information that we might be looking for.
Can you talk specifically about Dr.
She is
Hughes' use
killing
of
it.
I think you called it the PCL-5?
Yes. So the PCL-5 is the post-traumatic stress disorder checklist. This is different, not to be confused with the CAPS-5, which I've talked about previously as being the gold standard. The PCL-5 was developed by the National Center of PTSD. It's intended for treatment. So if I were, for instance, working with a service member who I know had been in combat, I would probably give this as a standard with my intake. Before we do the diagnostic interview, it kind of gives me a read on how somebody who's there for treatment, who we assume can be taken at their word, because if they give us correct information, they're going to get an appropriate treatment. And if they give us incorrect, they might not get the treatment they need. So I would give this checklist to them. And then if they recognize some of those symptoms of PTSD, they could check it off. And that would probably indicate to me that I need to then do the next step. If they're checking off more items than not, I would probably decide to administer the clinician administered PTSD scale, that gold standard interview, to find out more about a diagnosis.
The last thing is what everybody refers to as the CAPS-5.
Yes, the CAPS-5.
What about,
She's so
you
confident.
talked about forensic use. What do you mean by that?
So when I'm talking about forensic evaluation, that's an evaluation that isn't done for therapy or treatment. It's specifically to assist the fact finder, to assist the judge or the jury in the court by providing information about the psychological status about an individual. And that's an important delineation too. We are not psychologists. I wish we were mind readers. I wish we had a crystal ball and could find out whether intimate partner violence occurred and look back in the past, but it's nothing like that. Really, it's a lot less interesting. We look at data. We have to control for those response biases. And then we also are looking at functioning, which is really the bottom line of the assessment. Did the person have a change in functioning from before the alleged trauma, or in this case, the alleged IPV, to after? Is there a decline in the way they're going about their lives?
And Your Honor, may we approach?
All right.
Yeah, Lane, go ahead and approach. Dr. Curry is absolutely destroying this right now. She essentially has come in and said everything that this woman used to say Amber Heard has PTSD was the wrong method, was the wrong forms. You gave her all of the tools to say that she had PTSD in the way of the court, and that these documents that she essentially had her use, that there's no way of being able to tell if somebody had traumatic experiences prior to that date. That's not what they're used for. This is oh God, just every witness that DEPP's team brings in is just there to just destroy another. Look at, she's like, look, I have a law degree from Wish. If you could just honor that, judge isn't even bothering to look at her. For those of you that are not aware, if the judge has her hand up like this on Elaine's side, it's showing disinterest to the person on that side of her, which is Elaine right now. No objections, just a defeated request for a sidebar. Yeah, absolutely. This is not looking good for, I mean, Amber Heard's team is like, Amber Heard's team has been on their, has been backed up on their heels all week so far. This is not looking good for Amber Heard's team. We're only 9:43 and Elaine is already looking panicked. Absolutely panicked. She's asking Johnny Depp's lawyer if he can give her some tips. Look at him. She's like, okay, so that's how you lawyer. All right, cool. This is too good. I was not expecting Dr. Curry to come back today. And you know that if Elaine is going to be cross-examining, if they have not limited the number of questions that she's allowed to ask, she's going to end up getting flustered, stuttering, and she is just going to waste time. And you know, Johnny Depp's team is not going to throw out a single objection or anything. They're just going to let her. I mean, you're talking about a psychologist. They're going to let her just ramble if she needs to and take their time.
Dr. Curry, let's look back at some of those domestic violence checklists that you were talking about.
Okay.
And did you see any problem with the use of those?
Yes.
What problems did you see?
Well, Doctor, first of all, they shouldn't be used. So we do have professional standards that require that we utilize instruments that are relevant and appropriate for the particular setting, and that we substantiate our opinions based on data that is reliable from tested, accurate, reliable tests for the purpose.
Look at Elaine, just looks defeated.
So there's that. It's inconsistent with the ethics. And essentially, they just shouldn't be used. They don't provide us with the robust information that it would be expected in such a high stakes setting.
Does it look cold on Amber Heard's side of the room?
Would you
By
have
her,
expected Dr. Hughes
where it looks
to
much
comment
warmer where
on
Johnny
the
is?
limitations of the checklist she was using?
Yes. So first of all, Dr. Hughes provided opinions based on these checklists. So she referenced especially the danger assessment scale several times throughout her testimony, stating that Ms. Heard was in a very dangerous situation. We also have an ethical guideline and a professional standard as well that indicate that whenever there is question about the reliability and the validity, and in psychology, we use the term validity to talk about accuracy. of any of the methods that we're using to collect data, we clearly communicate not only that there are limitations to our opinions, but we also need to provide the fact finder with information about what the potential implications or impact could actually be. So, for instance, if we use a scale that's idiosyncratic for the purpose, but we would first need to explain why we made that decision to not follow standard procedures. And then we would need to explain the use of this scale might introduce some potential exaggeration of this symptom. And so I'm trying to control for that way, but that was one of the limitations of my opinion. You have to make it very clear. Transparency is really at the center of good science in general.
You talked a little bit about ignoring response distortion. What is response distortion?
Response distortion is a term that speaks generally about an examinee approaching a test and providing answers that are either exaggerated or minimized, but in some way an inaccurate representation of their current mental status or their experience.
What test do you believe that Dr. Hughes failed to acknowledge response distortion on?
So she administered the personality assessment inventory, which is similar to the test I gave, the MMPI-2. It's that general broadband measure of psychopathology symptoms and personality traits. It includes several scales that are very good at detecting either exaggeration, minimization, or even trying to claim that you have unusually good qualities. On that test, there were clear indicators that Ms. Heard, very similar to the way she approached my MMPI, engaged in defensiveness. And in fact, there's a function that you can look at. So you have that main scale elevation, we call it positive impression management, was elevated. And then because we want to make sure that somebody isn't elevating that scale just because they have such well-being, there are additional configurations of scales that you can look at to find out what's going on. And so the Cashel discriminant function is sort of the name of one of these configurations, these equations that are done. And she was highly elevated on that. In fact, that elevation tells you that no, this isn't accidental. This isn't because she's just doing so well in life that she has an extremely, extremely low amount of problems. No, this is an intentional over-reporting, or I'm sorry, an intentional effort to minimize any appearance of having problems.
Now, you may have addressed this, but there was a reference to malingering.
Yes. So what's interesting about Ms. Heard's approach to different tests is that it seems to be influenced by what we call the face validity of the questions on the test. So if a test looks like it's measuring PTSD, you see exaggeration on her validity scales. If the test has less face valid questions, for instance, the personality assessment, which Dr. Hughes administered, the MMPI-2, which I administered, where she can't quite figure out what the questions are asking, they seem really banal in general. On those, you see extreme defensiveness, minimization of any potential pathology, essentially presenting herself as perfect and free of any mental illness or personality disorder. But on the trauma symptom inventory, which Dr. Hughes administered, that was the one that I previously indicated for ease of explanation. When the test results come out for how the person approaches the test, that test itself prints it as a percentage. And there's a really excellent scale for finding out if a person is exaggerating their symptoms of PTSD. It's called the Atypical Response Scale. And the TSI-2 is the revised version of this test, and that scale was improved this time around to really try to be a clean indication of, is this person exaggerating? And it puts quite high questions in the test that are so unusual. They might sound like PTSD, but even the most severe cases of PTSD don't have these symptoms. And so somebody who's intentionally trying to exaggerate PTSD, or possibly unintentionally, but nonetheless, who's exaggerating it, is likely to endorse these items, even though they're not real PTSD symptoms. Ms. Heard scored so highly on this that even if there is, although Dr. Hughes correctly said, there tends to be a negative skew when people have the high levels of distress that's associated with PTSD. So sometimes people score higher on this, even when they do have PTSD. She scored so high that that is effectively ruled out as a possibility.
Okay.
Essentially just saying she faked it.
What?
She faked her
about
answers to
Dr.
seem,
Hughes's administration
and it was
use of
obvious.
the CAPS-5?
Okay, yes. So Dr. Hughes had diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD back in 2019 when she began testing her. It wasn't till 2 years later, more than 2 years later, 10 days after I administered the CAPS-5 with Ms. Heard, that Dr. Hughes held an impromptu evaluation session remotely with Ms. Heard and administered the CAPS-5. She had previously diagnosed
To show that
PTSD
she-
without using what we
Yeah.
consider to be the gold standard PTSD diagnostic interview. And again, when we're doing a forensic evaluation, it is an important responsibility, and part of our ethics and professional standards are that we document everything to allow for transparency and full judicial scrutiny. And Dr. Hughes
she did it to show that.
administered incorrectly. She left huge sections.
I'm telling you,
very
she's got
relevant sections
PTSD.
blank.
That's what
There's
it is.
no way to understand why she scored it as high as she did based on the information that's provided. You're essentially supposed to notate the examinee's responses as verbatim as possible to explain your reasoning and implying their scoring procedure. It's a standardized test. And if you don't follow those standard procedures, it's completely invalid. Not only that, but it looks as though Dr. Hughes further invalidated it by trying to show that she had assessed for the childhood trauma impact. And she had said that she went back and asked the childhood question, but you can't do that. If you're assessing for two separate periods of one's life to find out the relatedness to PTSD, you do two separate CAPS interviews, period.
She's essentially that Dr.
Create
Hughes
your own question system
perjured
that
as well.
is non-standard administration of the test, and it
Intentionally.
invalidates it.
Skewed the test results.
All right. You also mentioned with respect to the PAI or the personality assessment inventory that Dr. Hughes failed to mention some elements. What did she fail to mention?
Oh, okay. So on the personality assessment inventory, so
that's
first
what they
she
were
failed
saying
to
before,
mention
Lola.
that there were clear indications of
That
response
she chooses the
distortion.
doctor that she wants.
She also failed to mention that Ms. Heard scored in her score profile against their main scores. She did elevate a score for the borderline personality disorder sort of section, but that in and of itself would not indicate a diagnosis. However, the configuration of her scores overall is consistent with that. And in fact, it's one of the diagnostic suggestions given by the test itself. And then also there's a configuration around Ms. Heard's trauma responses on that particular test, which demonstrates that it is more likely that those symptoms were reported in relation to something in the distant childhood. It's more consistent with childhood chronic abuse than present circumstances or recent circumstances.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I think you said in
Daddy
addition
issues
to
just got Rose back up.
the issues with her own testing, Dr. Hughes misrepresented your results.
She did.
Can you tell us how?
So
Oh, this is where she's going
I
to get
would
into
say
it.
the main issue was that she said that Ms. Heard obtained a normal profile on my MMPI-2.
All right. How do you disagree with Dr. Hughes relative to the profile?
Okay, so the profile was not normal. So Ms. Heard already had subtle elevations just by the test by itself as it came out. There were subtle elevations, but they were elevations that if the validity scales hadn't been as elevated as they were, you might have said this person has some traits, but this isn't necessarily at the level of a true pathology. However, Ms. Heard elevated a scale that essentially is a defensive.
Elaine just looking
scale
helpless
on this
right
test.
now.
And
She's
when
like, I
you're
got
giving this
nothing.
test, you always are mindful of different norms or groups who may have similar profiles. And there are certain groups of litigants who tend to elevate this scale as well. So I had that in mind. However, Ms. Heard elevated this so much that it was far beyond the mean for the litigants that are known to have the highest levels of this scale, this defensiveness scale. And when this scale is elevated to the level that it is, you automatically understand that it is very likely that those clinical scales, I keep doing this because I'm seeing it in my head. It looks like sort of an ECT. It's sort of these peaks you see on a graph. And when you see these peaks and you have this huge peak over here for the defensiveness scale, what you know is that these peaks are artificially, they've been lowered or suppressed based on the respondent being so defensive. They still detected what's likely there for her, but it's not as high as it should be. So you make an adjustment.
No, Jethro,
And the
different.
recommendation
She's
is
talking
that
about a different
anything at 60
doctor.
or above, we call it a T-score of 60 or above, is considered significant. Ms. Heard's were already over 60. Some were quite higher than that. And then you see a very clear profile. And that was how I got that. I had mentioned a 3-6 code type. Now, the test does its own correction also for some of the scores, but not the ones that are her main code type. With the test correction, she had a 1-3-6 code type, which is very similar.
What is a 3-6 code type?
A 3-6
tell us.
code type is something
interested.
that has been researched and found to be highly correlated or probabilistic of certain behavioral tendencies and personality traits. And the traits with a 3-6 code type tend to be marked by a lot of externalization of blame, a lot of denial about one's own personal faults, intentional or not intentional, but just extreme denial, hostility that is strongly controlled and suppressed. The person may not even realize how hostile they are, but family members, those closest to them, are very likely to report that they lose their temper, and when they lose their temper, it explodes. We have sort of what we call a cookbook for these code types, which will provide you with all the information that's been researched to be associated with them. And our cookbook actually states that that 3-6 profile specifically tends to be associated with cruel and ruthless behavior, particularly to those who they perceive as less powerful than them and subordinates.
Oh, uh-oh.
Describe for the jury the review process that you went through relative to the MMPI.
So I conducted a very methodical analysis of the scores. I do this for every test, and I also did it when I was reviewing Dr. Hughes's scores. So what you haven't seen that's in Discovery is that I created a 25-page outline just of her scores with, and it's sort of a table. So I'll put the score, I'll do it in sections so that I can understand different groupings, different research studies. And I start with looking at all the validity scales. So I put in the score, and I'll even color the table to show me if it's kind of in the high zone, moderate zone, or low. And then if it's low, is it a significant low score, or is it just low so it doesn't mean anything? And then in the right side, I put all the research data that I found on this particular scale score. And so I start with the validity scales, the way the person approached the test. Then I go down to essentially, we call these the first factors.
I know I'm not the
So
only
their
one that noticed that
overall
every
sense of well-being and how
every
well they
expert
cope.
witness for
On
DEPP
this,
side,
actually,
they always
Ms.
have
Heard's,
charts and stats.
she endorsed
and
scores or
not just,
endorsed items that
I
were
think.
the opposite of PTSD. So really saying that she feels free of distress and that she views herself very well. So then I go down to control, self-control, loss of control, coping abilities, and I put in the scores that are associated with that. And
Did y'all see Amber's smirk right there?
Then I go down to clinical and personality pathology, and I look at all the scores that are significant there, first with the top level main scores, then with all of the different subscores, again, citing the research, the meaning, the level of elevation, and what that means. And then I do comparison with different research groups. So for Ms. Heard, I did a section that looked at all sorts of different scores that have been implicated with a PTSD presentation to see if any of those were consistent. I can't remember how many there were. I think I put 13 on there, but I could be wrong. But I believe that there was only one that could even be, in some research, is sometimes associated with it, but it was general anxiety, which turned out to be more trait specific. I looked at the scores that are typical of women with IPV. Hers were not consistent at all with those. I looked at the scores that were consistent with people who are frequently in litigation. Hers actually were very highly correlated with those. That tends to be also consistent with a 3-6 code type. And the reason for that is believed to be that they tend to perceive themselves often as victims who need to avenge wrongs.
Were there other results you believe Dr. Hughes to have misrepresented? For instance,
Whatever.
the TSI-2.
Yes. So Dr. Hughes generally said that testing supported PTSD and that there was an etiology for her trauma of intimate partner violence. She did reference that essentially I can't remember if she said that the trauma symptom inventory indicated PTSD, but she did say that the elevation on that validity scale is consistent with PTSD, and that's simply not true. That scale was designed and has been tested and shown to be there to show when somebody is endorsing extremely unusual items that are not consistent with PTSD. And even though when some people are experiencing PTSD, their distress level is so high that they'll engage in what we call a cry for help, and they may sometimes exaggerate distress. Again, when you're looking at scores as high as Ms. Heard's, and then you're not seeing indications of PTSD in the more subtle tests where she doesn't know what she's endorsing, it's good evidence that her over-endorsement on that one test is because of the reason the scale was made, to detect exaggeration and feigning of symptoms.
There it is.
Is this the
Essentially,
test that,
she's a lying bitch, is what she just said.
resulted in the 98 percentile
Yes.
score?
Yes, on that score, on that atypical response scale.
And what does that 98 percentile score represent?
So that 98th percentile score just represents that among 98% of people who take that test would not have endorsed. She scored more of those unusual items that are not consistent with PTSD than 98% of people who have ever taken that test.
Does that relate to this?
Meaning she was
concept you
trying to
talked about
find
before,
something to make it
feigning?
seem like she had
Yes.
it. She was
What
making
is
up
feigning
symptoms.
again?
Well, feigning is essentially exaggerating symptoms of a disorder.
I think the third thing you indicated you were going to talk about was self-reports and personal opinion as facts. What are you talking about there?
So in any science and in psychology specifically,
Yeah, tell us.
it's really important that we use precise language and we say what we mean, and we do not present opinions as facts, because when you are in the role of an expert witness, or an expert in any setting, essentially a layperson may not be able to detect the difference between something that is a personal opinion that you're giving versus something that is substantiated by research data, test data, reliable test methods. So our ethics talk about, especially the specialty guidelines of forensic psychology, the responsibility we have to distinguish between data, then inferences we're making from that data, what the data can mean, sort of like those tables I do. I put the data, the inferences based on the research, and then what my ultimate opinion is, integrating all of that data. And it's very important that we clarify that to the fact finder, to the judge, the jury. That's our responsibility, that we do not cloak personal opinions or the self-report of an examinee as an expert fact or somehow scientifically based, when it is just a personal opinion or self-report of an examinee.
What do you mean by self-report?
The self-report is essentially what the examinee tells you during the interview.
Okay. When did Dr.
Not just for
Hughes
veterans with PTSD,
do
but
this
anybody with
most?
PTSD.
She did this most when describing instances of alleged IPV. And there's also an issue there because one of our ethics also discusses the importance of relevance and withholding, essentially constraining our testimony to the data and not including private information, personal information that unnecessarily compromises the dignity of any of the litigants. She provided a lot of what was Ms. Heard's report to her, the allegations of abuse, when describing Mr. Depp, who she had not examined, when describing Mr. Depp's behavior, his motivations. I believe she used the word obsessive jealousy quite a few times, talked about Ms. Heard being in a highly dangerous situation. These are simply things that we cannot detect based on testing and a psychological evaluation. We have to evaluate the person. We have to get consent. And we can only describe an individual, not whether or not IPV has occurred. And we certainly shouldn't go into explicit details about sexual encounters or other things that are highly prejudicial, shocking, and hard to forget.
Dr. Hughes says that Ms. Heard has PTSD. Do you agree?
I do not.
Why not?
The results of my multi-method comprehensive evaluation based on carefully selected, researched, relevant test instruments, based on comparing those instruments to Ms. Heard's self-report, observing Ms. Heard's behavior over 12 direct hours of assessment, reviewing copious notes from prior therapists who indicated symptoms in their notes, reviewing the notes of Nurse Filati, previously Nurse Borum, who spent, I believe at one point, almost 2 months with Ms. Heard daily, reviewing the notes of her treating providers, all of the legal documents. And
essentially, she's saying, I've done my fucking work. I know my job.
PTSD.
And there's no way this woman has what she's claiming.
PTSD generally exhibited.
So really the bottom line in a forensic psychological evaluation is a change in functioning. That's what we're looking for. Again, I said, we don't have a crystal ball. We're not wizards. We can't get into somebody's head. What we're looking for were there identifiable changes in the way the person engaged in their world. Were they able to keep a job? PTSD is an extremely disabling diagnosis. When a person has true PTSD, it is difficult for them to work. You'll see unemployment, job loss. It causes extreme levels of distress and impairment. There's divorce, there's isolation and estrangement from children, from family members, extreme alcohol abuse, often a string of sudden DUIs when the person never had any before. They become homebound, they can't go to the store. They're certainly not going to events. They're not having success in their film career, usually. They're not exercising every day, pursuing their hobbies, being avid readers, obtaining level 3 sommelier training, having dinner parties with friends, speaking to public groups. Those are just indications of very high functioning. And when you're looking for a decrease in functioning over time, that is inconsistent with that decrease.
What about Dr.
She essentially said, yeah, all the PTSD, but she was out having a great time.
Served as a trigger for Ms. Heard's PTSD.
All right.
Your Honor, okay, so we have another approach. She just destroyed 2 people with that since the last approach to the bench. She has said there is no supporting evidence for Amber Heard having PTSD. And after I came out with my assessment, Amber Heard immediately went to a completely different psychiatrist, did tests that are not even considered adequate against what Dr. Curry uses as the gold standard, so that Amber could get the answer that she wanted, so that they could present that in court on her behalf. Dr. Curry not only is destroying the testimony of the psychiatrist, but she is destroying all of the testimony that Amber has said about having IPV, being a survivor of PTSD, all of these other different things. It is absolutely damning right now. And they've got to be in panic. Elaine and the rest of Amber Heard's team, they have just got to be in just 100% panic mode right now. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Your Honor, my case just got nuked. She needs to stop. Exactly. So the personal assistant came out and said she stole her story of abuse from someone who actually from her
Dr.
personal
Hughes
assistant.
suggested that perhaps Ms. Heard's PTSD was somehow triggered. What's your view on that?
I would say that it can't be triggered if PTSD isn't present.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
All right, cross-examination.
Dr. Curry, I just want to make sure that we all remember, you're not board certified, correct?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And you've been licensed for how long?
I've been licensed for 10 years.
Okay. And you are being paid by Mr. Depp's legal team to be here, correct?
Yes,
How much have you charged so far?
I actually don't know.
Over 100,000?
I truly don't know. I don't do my own books.
Over 200,000?
I don't know.
Over 300,000?
That would be way too much, but I do not know.
Okay. Now, just so that we all remember, you had dinner
What is the relevance
Mr.
of
Depp's
that
house.
last set of questions?
for 3 to 4 hours.
Oh
with
God,
Mr.
she's
Depp,
going back to
Mr.
this. You guys are
Waldman,
personal
Mr. Chu,
friends
and Ms.
bullshit.
Vasquez, correct?
I was interviewed. I asked if there was anything I could eat because at about 3 hours I started to get hungry. Mr. Depp then offered to order takeout for the entire team.
Wasn't this all
So
covered the
you
first
had
time that
dinner
she was on the
with
stand?
At Mr. Depp's home with Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, Ms. Vasquez, and Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes,
And you had drinks as well, correct?
I actually don't know. I do remember that there were drinks.
God,
Do you
she's
recall
going back to
testifying
this. This is
earlier that
the
you
exact
did have a
same
drink, a
questions that
mule
Elaine
something?
asked the first time she
No,
was
I
on the
remember
stand.
testifying that there might have been a mule.
She's going to bring up the muffins.
I'm
She's
not
going to bring up the
telling.
muffins.
Okay, thank you. We didn't have animals there as well, right?
No animals.
Okay, that's good to know.
Mhm.
And you talked about transparency. I just want to make sure you had several designations, expert designations and reports in this case, correct?
Yes,
And in not one of them
Oh,
did you
God.
disclose that you had dinner and drinks at Mr. Depp's house for 3 to 4 hours with Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez. Is that correct?
So what?
Ms. Bredehoff, you're mischaracterizing what occurred.
Dr. Curry, please answer the question. Not once did you disclose this in any of your
I
reports,
did not
correct?
disclose that I was interviewed as that standard procedure.
But it's true that you have never gone to a client's house to be interviewed for an expert witness position, correct?
Yes, because I never had a client that was essentially homebound because of their celebrity status.
All right. And you talked to Mr. Depp for 3 to 4 hours
It's an interview.
before taking on the role of assessing Ms. Heard and deciding whether she was suffering from any distress, correct?
I did not talk to Mr. Depp. I was talking to his legal team and he was there to observe.
He was present for the 3 to 4
Yes.
hours. Oh, and
Doesn't
are
mean
you
she
saying
was
now
talking to
he
him.
just stayed silent and said nothing all day?
I don't recall what he didn't or didn't do. I was answering questions.
Okay. Now, your expertise here
Look at this. They're making it sound
is
like, oh,
limited
okay,
to
so
whether Amber
you're going to
Heard
set her up. Like,
suffers
get
from
the fuck out of
PTSD.
here with this,
Is that correct?
Elaine.
Yes, I was tasked with conducting an evaluation to
Okay,
determine
Dr.
Ms.
Curry,
Heard's mental
you know, we're all on
status.
very, very strict time limitations
Okay.
because we've promised to get this case to the jury. So I really appreciate if you
That's
just
not what
answer
it
my
is, Elaine.
question
You
rather
just
than
know,
trying to
you
go
just
through
know
it,
she'll
okay?
take your
Thank you
damn
very
time.
much. Now, after you had the dinner,
Bring up the muffins.
you then provided a designation in February of 2021 in which you said, and this is long before you ever saw Amber Heard, correct? You said that Amber Heard, quote, exhibits patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder.
Oh, no,
End
she's
of
gonna
quote,
shut it down.
correct?
No,
No,
you-
there it is.
We went through this before.
we did.
But, and that was on the designation, was it not?
I told you last time that I did not write that.
Okay.
There
And
it
you
is.
don't know who did on the legal team, correct?
No.
Okay. And then I also asked you, if you may recall, whether you listened to the audio recording in which Mr. Depp taunted Amber Heard that she had a borderline personality disorder. Do you recall that?
I recall you asking me that, yes.
Did you recall listening to that audio tape?
I don't recall Mr. Depp taunting Ms. Heard. I do recall that he at some point suggested she might have that diagnosis.
Okay. And that was back in these audio tapes back when they were together, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Now, you've never before been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to someone who has bipolar disorder, correct?
no, as I previously stated, that's not true.
All right.
Oh, Elaine's like, well, let me tell you, this is not going to work out in her favor.
Not
Elaine
here
just
anymore.
looks desperate. This is a horrible attempt by Amber
Your Honor,
Heard's
can we-
team and
All
Elaine,
right.
bringing up the exact same questions, bringing up like trying to make it seem like there was some sort of crazy conspiracy that they told her what to say on the stand, regardless of the information that they found about her. That's what they're trying to do. Like, are you kidding me? Roll out those beautiful hearsay muffins. Like, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding. Like, look at Dr. Curry. Just solid as a rock on the witness stand. Just a rock. And here's the thing. I don't think they are going to do too many objections because they're going to let them hang themselves with whatever time they've got left. The only reason Elaine is asking questions in this manner is because they know they're down to like 2.5 hours.
Now, you recall testifying in your deposition on March 21, 2022, correct?
Yes,
And you were under oath at that time, correct?
yes,
And the question I just showed you on page 207, line
Yes.
5. Have you ever been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to whether someone has bipolar disorder? And your answer at that time was no, correct?
yes, I had forgotten that case.
Okay. And have you ever been asked to testify whether anyone has behavioral or characterological conduct that suggests they may be an IPV perpetrator?
I can't, yeah, I may have. It's difficult after about
She's 100% telling the
cases,
truth.
It's difficult
She's-
to remember specifically.
Just let everybody
Right,
know
and have you
she's
ever been qualified as an expert in the area
she's
of
right-handed, and every time
IPV?
she goes to think, she looks up to the left. That's her
No.
accessing
And
memory,
Have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert
not
in
making,
domestic
not
abuse or
accessing
violence?
imagination.
Domestic,
Abuse or violence?
yes, that's been a component of testimony.
She's like, this bitch is lying. I'm going to approach Your Honor. I'm going to show her that she lied. She's lying right now. She put the glasses on. I love it.
Can I take a look?
Okay.
What do you got, Elaine?
Line 16 of page 207. Have you ever been qualified as an expert in the area of IPV? Your answer on line 20 was no, under oath, correct? Then the next question, have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in domestic abuse or violence? That and goes into page 208, line 4. The answer then under oath was no. Now,
Oh, she's
you
got
would
a sultry
agree
look to her like
that
she
the
wants to rip
literature
her
is
head
quite
off.
clear that trauma-based symptoms such as PTSD or complex PTSD have symptoms that overlap with borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder, yes?
Yes,
Okay. And you would agree that it's important to use valid and reliable measures for an accurate diagnosis, correct?
absolutely.
Okay. You chose, however, not to administer the structured clinical interview for DSM-5 personality disorders, the SCID. Is that correct?
I did.
Okay. And would you agree that that is a state-of-the-art structured clinical interview?
Not for a forensic evaluation with a sophisticated examinee.
But to determine if a personality disorder is present?
No, not in this setting.
You don't agree with that?
I do not.
And you don't agree that that is the gold standard assessment for reliable, accurate psychiatric diagnosis?
It's a good one, but for treatment settings especially.
Okay. Now, did Ms. Heard, you said you read all of the treatment records, right?
Uh-huh.
Yes,
Okay. Do you recall reading the treatment records for the psychologist Bonnie Jacobs, who saw Amber Heard over 5 years?
I do.
And did you see anything in Bonnie Jacobs' notes over 5 years in which she diagnosed Ms. Heard with borderline personality or histrionic personality disorder?
No.
Now, you also saw the notes of Dr. Connell Cohen, correct?
Mhm.
And you even attended his deposition, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Colonel?
And he saw
The
Amber
name is
for
Colonel?
roughly 2 years. He was part of the Dr. Kipper connection,
Mhm.
right?
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And did you see anything in Dr. Cowan's notes? And did
This is
he
the
say
fastest
in
I've
his
ever heard Elaine
deposition
talk.
that he diagnosed Amber Heard with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
I saw the symptoms clearly delineated throughout his notes and in his deposition. He does not use diagnoses, so he would not have diagnosed her.
He said specifically in his deposition, he did not diagnose her with that, correct?
Yes, and he also specifically stated that he does not use diagnoses.
All right. And
Yeah.
you also have seen Dr. Banks, Dr. Amy Banks, the psychiatrist, her deposition, correct?
Yes.
And did Dr.
Not her
Anderson,
deposition. I reviewed her notes in the transcript.
all right, did Dr. Anderson diagnose Ms. Heard with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
I don't believe she provided any diagnosis since she was a couples therapist.
All right. Now,
Love
you
it.
said quite a bit about Don Hughes, but do you remember
What's
how
she
many
saying?
years
You're the
of
only one that's
experience Don
diagnosed,
Hughes
but
has
there's
in
two
IPV
people that
and domestic
haven't
abuse
diagnosed
and
at all.
violence?
I know it's quite a bit.
Extensive, and she is board certified, correct?
Yes, she is.
All right, and she spent 29 hours of examination with Amber Heard, did she not?
Yes, mostly
Okay.
interviewing.
All right, and she interviewed her therapists, Bonnie Jacobs and Conan Cowell, correct?
Yes,
And she also interviewed Amber's late mother,
yes,
okay, and she administered 12 different tests over the period of that time, correct?
well, as I said, the majority of those were checklists, which are inappropriate for the forensic setting.
I understand, that's what you say, but she administered 12 different tests, correct?
No.
If you want to qualify them as tests, sure.
Okay. And so you disregard no, I'm not even going to say that. Okay. Let's go to the CAPS-5 and PTSD. Now, you assessed Ms. Heard's traumas in her life, correct?
Yes, I did
Okay.
give her an instrument to assess for any trauma exposure throughout the entire lifespan.
Yes, it's fine. And you wrote that Ms.
She just
Heard's
wants
exposure to a
the
traumatic
shortest
event,
answers.
namely one of the sexual
That's
assaults. by
Dr.
Mr.
Curry knows
Depp,
exactly what she's
more than
doing.
satisfied this requirement. Did you not write that in your notes?
That is not what I wrote in my notes. Do you have my notes? So we
And
can
you
look at them?
administered
There it
a
is.
structured clinical interview
She's-
based on that premise, correct?
Not exactly. It's not quite right.
Okay. Now, Dr. Hughes administered a full intimate partner violence assessment, correct?
That's not a psychological
No.
assessment. We can't
No.
assess for intimate partner violence. That's an event.
Dr. Hughes administered a full intimate partner violence assessment,
She
correct?
stated that, and that's actually something I'm rebutting today.
Okay, and you reviewed her psychological testing?
I sure did, yes.
Okay, and are you aware that in September 2019, Ms. Heard had a trauma-based symptom on many of those valid tests?
Can you be a little bit more specific? Many of those valid tests, which tests are you talking
Do
about?
you have a recollection of that, September 2019?
She administered all of her testing in September 2019, so I'm not sure which one, except for the CAPS-5, which was 10 days after mine in 2021.
Now, Dr. Hughes clinically
Oh, there you go. Toss it in
evaluated
there.
those symptoms and established that Ms. Heard does have PTSD from the totality of the intimate partner violence by Mr. Depp, correct?
That's what she stated, yes.
Okay. Now.
That's what she
Dr.
stated, and that's what I'm here to
Anderson's clinical
rebut.
notes that said Amber had come to.
Objection, hearsay.
There it is.
I haven't even asked the question yet, Your Honor.
Are you going to read her notes?
Well, actually, I wasn't going to read her notes. I was
Okay.
going to ask a particular question.
Okay.
You talked about danger. Do you recall that in your testimony?
Yes,
All right. Now, if a patient comes to you as a couples therapist
Mhm.
with two black eyes, would you assess that there may be a potential danger there?
sure.
Okay. Did you
Sure,
read
but she
Dr.
didn't.
Anderson's notes?
I believe I did.
Now, you administered the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory 2, the MMPI-2. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And you used that to determine whether Amber had PTSD, right?
it, not by itself, but it was a part of the data.
Okay. And in the 60 to 70 T-score range for that test, which, quote, deliberate attempts to mislead are uncommon, end quote. Isn't that correct?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
In the T-score
Mhm.
section of
Mhm.
that, for which assesses deliberate attempts to
All DEPP's team
mislead.
needs to do is rattle
Do you
Elaine
recall? She
by
scored
just giving a
60
couple
on
of
that test,
objections.
correct?
So there are multiple
And she'll-
T-scores for each scale, so I'm not sure which scale you're talking about.
Okay. Well, we can deal with that later. So you would agree that you need to follow ethics and best practices in forensic psychology, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And the two primary sources are the American Psychological Association Ethical Principles
What
and
is she getting
Professional
at?
Code of Conduct, right?
Mhm.
And the American Psychological Association's Specialty Guidelines for Forensic Psychology, correct?
yes,
And Specialty Guidelines 1.02 states that forensic practitioners, quote, strive for accuracy, impartiality, fairness, and independence, correct?
yes,
Okay. And Specialty Guidelines 1.03 states that you have to avoid a conflict of interest, correct?
yes.
Now, in addition to not listing the 4 hours you spent with Mr. Depp, Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez, you also did not list that you spent an hour with Dr. Shaw, correct?
That's incorrect.
You say that the
Uh-oh.
designation said that you spent
During
an
my
hour-
deposition, I also clarified this. I didn't spend an hour with Dr. Shaw. There was an introduction with the attorneys present on Zoom. My time on that call was less than 30 minutes.
But you still
Boom.
didn't disclose it, did you, in your reports?
No,
Okay. Now,
She's like, I didn't need to. It's
you
part.
are
It's
not-
part of
you
the
have not been
process.
asked to testify about Ms. Heard's behavior in the context of her relationship with Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
I was asked to testify about somebody's behavioral mental status in general, so that can include behavior involved in a relationship with Mr. Depp, but not specifically.
Can you pull up date 10,
Yeah.
the trial testimony?
Get her flustered.
At
Get her
page
flustered.
2710.
Elaine thinks that she's so well prepared for this line of questioning. Look at her. She keeps looking over at Johnny,
Lines 12 through 18.
at Johnny's team, like this dumb bitch. I don't understand. Oh, she's trying to get another water.
May we approach?
All right.
Somebody give this poor girl water. Can we get Dr. Curry a water, please? Anybody? Thank you. Thank you. Oh my God. I don't know what Elaine is trying to prove here. Is she trying to make Dr. Curry seem unethical and that she's like trying to hide shit? Like the woman that just came with all of the statistical data and in all these tests, doing things the proper way. You're not going to discredit this witness. You're not going to discredit this witness. You can try. It looks. I guarantee the jury right now is just rolling their eyes. They're like, "This is a desperate, fucking feeble attempt." This isn't going to work.
Thank you, Michelle. Great job. Okay. Okay, does the witness also have, okay.
Yep.
So, Dr. Curry, this is your testimony from day 10 in this case, and if you can look at page 2710,
This is 10 days ago.
line 13.
Yeah,
Now,
11
is it
days.
my question was, now, is it your testimony under oath today that you have not been asked to testify concerning Ms. Heard's behavior in the context of her relationship with Mr. Depp, including any abuse? And your answer under oath to this jury that day was, that's correct.
Yes,
Correct?
I still agree with that question.
All right. And you have not made any determinations, including any opinions, that Ms. Heard abused Mr. Depp or Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, you said that's outside the scope.
Yes,
right? Okay.
of psychology.
And you cannot testify whether Amber Heard suffered any emotional distress as a result of any of the defamatory comments that she has alleged Mr. Waldman made through Mr. Depp, or Mr. Depp made through Mr. Waldman, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you want me to read my response?
What's the
Sure.
objection? I'm sorry.
What
Hold on, Dr.
Sorry,
Curry.
Your Honor.
That's okay. Oh, what's the objection? You're on approach? Okay.
So my question is whenever they approach, does that still count down towards their time? Or is that like essentially a pause? Okay. I gotta get like a light jacket or something on. Holy Christ, why is it so cold in there?
Now, you have not rendered any opinion as to whether Amber Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that would suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false. Would you agree?
No. I mean, yes, I would agree with that.
Thank you. And you have not, no, that's right. That's all I've got. No further questions.
All
Thank you.
right, redirect.
You were asked
That's the
about
fastest I've
skin.
ever seen Elaine talk.
Yes.
What's that?
It's a structured clinical interview. It's for rendering a diagnosis. It's best for treatment because you're asking direct questions of the examinee and about symptoms. So if you have an examinee who has a tendency to minimize, you're not going to get much information.
Why didn't you use it?
Because, well, first of all, I had a limited amount of time for my evaluation, and I had already had to use, just to complete the interview was extremely time consuming. And I had to even restructure it into handouts so that I could keep Ms. Heard on track. I determined based on that, so this is where you would make an inference. So because I was having difficulty getting direct answers to my questions from Ms. Heard, I had determined that creating forms of those questions would be a better use of the time, which it was. And then I further deduced that adding on the structured clinical interview would probably be unproductive, given that I had limited time and needed to use the best, most reliable methods for getting information in that time.
So essentially, she was saying Amber
You were
was wasting her
asked
fucking
about
time
the
with these
APA
bullshit
specialty
stories
guidelines.
while she was trying
Yes.
to
Specifically,
evaluate her too.
1.02 and
Yes.
1.03.
Mhm.
Have you complied with them?
I have.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Curry, you can have a seat in the
Thank
courtroom.
you,
You're
Your
free to
Honor.
go. Thank you, ma'am.
Hate to see you go, but I love to watch you walk away.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning recess.
I knew
for
that the
15
morning
minutes to
recess was
discuss
coming.
the case and do not do any outside research, okay?
Okay, so this is a chance for all of us to get a morning recess in. We'll see if I lose 30 people like I did last time over the 15 minutes. That was absolutely amazing. Dr. Curry just destroyed Amber and the prior psychologist, which I find interesting. You're not supposed to bring notes with you into the courtroom. You're not supposed to read from notes.
Just for
Everything is
planning
supposed to be from
purposes,
memory.
Sammy
Oh, wait.
asked Mr. Tobin to be here as early as noon, just in case with the fluid of the trial. I'm not sure what time we can get to that motion, so. Okay, just to let you know. they need to work on that. They're going to find out who the next witness is. So let's go ahead and take a recess until 10:55. Okay. All right. Thank you.
So the other doctor that she was there rebutting brought notes with her, and she was like reading off of her notes. And what I find is interesting is they were objecting, saying that she was reading from her notes, and Elaine kept saying it's okay, she can read from her notes. But yet, didn't yesterday the doctor didn't they question if he was reading from notes and then had him remove anything from his desk? I find it interesting. So, for those of you that are not aware, Johnny Depp is supposed to be popping back up on the stand today. They're not going to wait till tomorrow. It sounds like he's supposed to be on there today. It sounds like they're expecting the witness from TMZ to be one of the next witnesses. So we'll see what happens. No, she's claiming that she still has PTSD. But Dr. Curry says that with her tests that she's conducted, it does not match up. What does match up is that with the questionnaires and the interviews and the evaluations that Dr. Curry has given, is that Amber is the type of person that is falsifying the information and making selections because she believes that it'll show that she has PTSD, but they're not consistent with the answers of somebody that actually has PTSD. So, and Kappa is in love with Dr. Curry and and the way that this trial is going so far. But I am going to go ahead and I'm going to pop off of here. I've got a couple of things I need to do. You guys stay in. Just stay logged in. I will be back at the end of the break. You guys go ahead and discuss what you need to. Set your phones down. Grab yourself some coffee. Get yourself a snack, because this witness from TMZ is going to be amazing if that cease and desist did not get approved. I cannot wait. Dr. Hughes was sketchy as shit. She had no idea what the hell she was doing. She was a last minute doctor it was pretty shady. It's pretty shady. 10 days after the full evaluation from Dr. Curry, they suddenly rush to get another evaluation done. And then lo and behold, that one happens to show PTSD with much less questions and evaluation and things like that. So I am just going to pop my screen off of here, guys. It'll be up on my computer. If you can't tell by Kappa, I think I'm going to give her a little bit extra to eat, calm her the hell down. And then I'm going to go check on the chickens and the pigs and everything else and swap out the dogs. So I will see you guys back here in 15 minutes. This morning has been amazing. These last 2 days have been absolutely electric. So I can't wait for the rest of the day. I will see you guys back here momentarily. God, Kappa, Jesus. All right, are we all getting ready to get started again? Welcome back, everybody. Not exactly sure who the next witness is going to be. It's all right. I've got a ton of 3-flavor espresso, chocolate-covered espresso beans. I'm ready for the next half of this morning trial.
Are we ready for the jury?
No, Your Honor,
Let's get things going.
We'd like to
Okay,
register.
sure.
Oh, by the way, also, I'm looking through the comments here. It looks like Tegan.
Getting ready to get started again.
Oh God, what is going on here?
Welcome back, everybody.
What? Okay. It looks like Tegan is wondering who the crackhead looking guy everyone is making fun of on TikTok. Are you talking about the guy with the gray hair, by the way? Because if so, I have a feeling that's who you were talking about, not the ginger-haired guy with the beard. The gray-haired guy is Dr. Spiegel. We call him Dr. Street Value. He is a crackhead, a cracked out quack of a psychiatrist, narcissistic, egotistical piece of garbage. Is everybody ready to go for this now? Oh yeah, he probably has no job. I mean, his reviews are already horrible. Coffee and graham crackers with Cool Whip. Oh. Yeah. That's who you're talking about. Yeah, the gray-haired guy. Yep. Yep, that's who that was. That was Dr. Spiegel. He looks like Sam the Eagle from the Muppet Show. Let me see if I can. Let's see here. Home. You guys might like this. Hold on. Gonna bring this up real quick.
So, while I don't consider 58 years old, I'm 59. Okay, I will tell you that the age-related changes that occur in humans are very erratic, hit and miss. Meaning they'll occasionally debear. You may need a little bit more time to answer a question or
tell me you don't see it.
Memory. Just a little bit slow and a lot more inconsistently slow. You really describe what Dr. Blaustein's changes were, or what I saw in the deposition attributed to age.
Dr. Spiegel, what is Seroquel?
Seroquel or quetiapine is actually an atypical antipsychotic, which is indicated for many things, including schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, adjunctive treatment for major depression. So it's indicated for a lot of things.
Anyway, I thought you guys would like that. It is an accurate depiction. And a sticky bandit guy when he gets electrocuted. Oh, oh! So I don't know if they get this witness up. I don't know if TMZ was able to get their cease and desist put in on time. Oh no, my battery's low. Hold on. This could be detrimental. All right, we'll see. We'll see what happens here. Battery's low. TMZ was trying to put in a essentially a cease and desist or a non-disclosure, emergency non-disclosure against the person that they're trying to get to come on the witness stand to testify as to who produced the video of Johnny in the kitchen, slamming the cupboards and everything like that, that Amber Heard recorded. Now, for anybody that's unaware of media copyright and media rights, the only people that have the rights to submit or sell or approve for distribution is the copyright owner. Now, I'm going to tell you, the only person that could possibly be is Amber Heard. It's not like Johnny Depp got a hold of it and sent it over to TMZ. Like, Amber Heard is going to tell everybody else that it wasn't her. What Johnny has in the bottle? I don't know. Probably something with electrolytes or some shit. I don't know. Kind of looks like pee. I want to know what he's writing while everybody else is up there. Like, is he drawing or is he writing? Is he moving? Is that camera frozen? No. Okay. He twitched. All right, cool. I got worried there for a second. I thought maybe Johnny had become a statue of some sort. I'm hoping that my internet stays with me. When I break for lunch, guys, I am going to reboot my router. So when I come back from lunch, hopefully we won't have to worry about the 3 o'clock lockdown on my from Windstream. I'm genuinely curious as to what they're discussing right now. Well, interesting thing, Nix, is so yesterday, you guys saw Amber Heard writing a ton of little Post-its, right? Apparently, according to the DUI guy, who right now is 2 rows behind Amber's lawyer pit, I guess you could call it. He's in a gray suit. He's got gray hair. Can't miss him. What he does is he normally pays attention to the jury and reports it on his Twitter feed. He goes by that DUI guy. Or the DUI guy, he was talking about how a lot of those Post-it notes that Amber was writing yesterday, she was turning around and she was handing to her lawyers, who would then turn over and hand it to somebody in the gallery. And there was a lot of questions. Hey, is she allowed to do that? Well, it's not a criminal trial. She's not in custody of any sort. So yes, she's absolutely allowed to pass along notes to people in the gallery whenever she'd like. It's like watching a D-Flix live when he's focused. You've seen D-Flix focused? The Black Pearl must have a captain. Yes, correct. And it's probably going to be, what's her name? The girl that played Harley Quinn next. Her friend who's now booted for love tweeting. Did you guys hear about the lady that stood up on when they took a break the other day? You could hear it. It was right after the camera panned up and showed that Virginia legal symbol. She stood up and she was like, "I love you, Johnny." And apparently Johnny had turned around and waved at everybody in the courtroom. And then she held up a baby and she said, "This is your baby." She was pulled out of court. Yes, it is not true. It's not Johnny Depp's baby. She said that she did it because she thought it would be a funny joke, and now she's been removed from court permanently. Margot Robbie. Yes, Margot Robbie. That's her. When John's editing. Yeah. So I thought that was absolutely hilarious when I heard about that. This judge looks like she's so done with this. She's like, is it just me, or does it look like she's getting slightly relieved? Like every day she's like, "Oh God, just one more day." She tweeted from the gallery. Does anybody know where I can find that tweet? Totally worth it. Yeah, absolutely. I'm interested. I'm interested to see what she was tweeting. I wish I knew her name. Oh yeah, if I was this judge, I'd be like, I'm not coming back for a month. Judge was done from the start. Jesus, we're starting off both mornings with these extremely long sidebars. This is oof. Neither one of them, Kristen, one of Amber Heard's friends, was removed for tweeting from the gallery. Can't unsee what, Tigger? Oh, you heard it on Popcorn Planet? Yeah, I check out Popcorn Planet at the end of the day just to kind of get a little bit more insight, so that maybe I can come back here and make sure that I'm at least somewhat informed for you guys and not just giving my own personal opinions on everything. Getting a little bit more information. I go and check out Asmon Gold's to see his opinion. There's an entire group of YouTube lawyers essentially that they go on and they analyze and they talk about what they see in court. So I do my best to try to bring you guys not just my opinionated issues. I mean, obviously I'm going to be opinionated while I'm watching the trial. I still have no idea what Elaine's line of questioning was at the very beginning when she started cross-examining Dr. Curry. It made no, when she was asking her how much she was being paid, first of all, she started off by saying, I have no idea. I don't handle my books. And she goes, would you say it's over 100,000? She goes, I don't know. Would you say it's over 200,000? Listen, I don't do my books. I have no idea what I'm getting paid. Would you say it's over 300,000? Well, that would be ridiculous, but I still don't know. Like, I don't know. You love the paint the life picture? Oh, thank you. Legal Bites. Correct. If you guys want to get some really good insight onto the daily ongoings, by all means, go check out Legal Bites on YouTube. And they are really, really good for going and getting additional information and insight from a lawyer's perspective. It's a really good podcast if you're truly interested in the case and seeing kind of like what can and can't affect certain things based on the testimonies that you've seen. They're an excellent source for that. Bose versus the World. Oh, I was absolutely desperate. And here's the thing. She tried to channel her inner Camille by not caring what the answer was and just going on with the next question regardless, like Camille does. Whereas normally, and she's only doing that because she knows they are out of time. They are out of time. And they want to make sure that once Depp gets on the stand, they're going to take their remaining time to question Depp. That's what they're going to do. That's what they're saving up for. That's why Elaine's trying to go quick. That's why she didn't and I love that Dr. Curry was like, I don't know what you're talking about. Because she was trying to be so rapid fire with her stuff, she was trying to be very Camille about her line of questioning. And it's out of her element. She's not that kind of lawyer. She didn't know what she was doing, and it made her look even more inept than normal. You've missed nothing, Lillette. They immediately went to sidebar once they got back. See, and this is going to be interesting. So we do know that Depp talks very slow and calculated. Are they going to keep cutting Johnny Depp off to where he's not going to be able to have an answer for anything? Because he's just like Amber Heard. He likes to elaborate and fully explain so that people understand what it is. It's not just simple yes or no's. Just like the first time he was up, they said it's just simply, it's just a simple yes or no. And he answered back saying, I wish it could be that simple, but it's not. And then they're like, okay, next question. So we'll see. Does Johnny Depp drain the rest of the time? If this TMZ witness is able to come on, are they going to waste too much time on that to where they're not going to be able to cross-examine Johnny? Are they going to cross-examine Johnny to where they get to then redirect? Because if the defense wants to redirect after Johnny's team redirects and they're out of time, they can't.
All right, your next witness. I'm sorry. Let's get the
Okay,
jury
can
first,
everybody
right?
hear all right?
All right, you ready for the jury?
You guys can all hear fine? Look at her. She's just got that. I'm so done with this shit. What do we got? What do we got? Who are we bringing? And the jury. Uh-oh. Where's the DUI guy? I don't see the DUI guy. Is he hiding behind Rottenborn? Oh, God. She can't wait for this court case to be over just so she can sit back with a glass of wine. Oh, there's the DUI guy. He's the third in from the left on the second, or the third row back. So 2 behind Whitney's row. He's in the gray shirt. He's got his head down right now with gray hair.
All right. So just a reminder, you're still under oath, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Here we go. Here we go. So the TMZ witness is not due to even be at the courtroom until noon. So
Good morning, Mr. Depp.
Good morning.
We heard a lot about some
They should
statements
have Camille.
that Mr.
They
Waldman
should have Camille
made.
talking
Do
to
you
him.
remember that?
Yes,
And Mr. Waldman is your attorney or was your attorney?
yes.
Could we please pull up Defendants Exhibit 1245? And this is already in evidence, so permission to please publish. If we could scroll down to the second page.
I think Johnny's team is making a mistake by not having Camille.
Mr. Depp, do you see the
do this
statement here
portion.
attributed to Mr. Waldman?
Yes, I do.
When's the first time that you saw this statement?
All right.
Oh my God! Already? Even Johnny's laughing about it. He's like, "Well, here we go, starting this shit already." He's just now. He's watching the sidebar. He's like, "Are we doing this? Is it going to continue like this the whole time?" Oh, he just smiled at the jurors. That's going to go well. That's going to go well. He's so personable. He's so personable. And I know that the Amber Heard fans out there are going, of course he's going to act like he's personable. The guy's a monster. He's I have seen some horrible dude. I was looking through Twitter and just happened to come across a couple of Amber Heard fans that were saying that Dr. Spiegel is the consummate professional, unshakable, and honorable. And I'm like, what? The guy's a loon. What? Look at Johnny. He's just laughing. I guarantee that was a nice little. I guarantee that was a look over at Camille where she's just like, I'm.
Mr. Depp,
Sorry.
when is the first time that you saw this statement by Mr. Waldman?
The first time that I ever saw this statement was in August. It was when the piece was this is the first time that I saw any of these statements.
Can we please pull up Defendants Exhibit 1246?
Okay.
This is also already in evidence. Thank you. If we could scroll down to the second page, or the third perhaps. Thank you. Mr. Depp, do you see this statement that's attributed to Mr. Waldman here?
Look at all that redacted shit.
And when is the first time that you saw these statements?
Same, when the countersuit was filed.
And could we please go to Defense Exhibit 1247? And again, this is already in evidence. If we could scroll down, please. Thank you.
So much redacted.
Mr. Depp, do you see the statement attributed to Mr. Waldman?
Looks like my father-in-law's military
And when's
records.
the first time that you saw this statement?
This is the same. It's the counterclaim to August 2020.
After you saw these statements for the first time, did you form an understanding as to where they appeared?
I didn't, as to where they had appeared, these statements.
In what publication?
No, off the bat, I didn't know exactly. It just seemed like a lot of word salad to me.
Redacted means removed from
I didn't know where they come
evidence.
from.
Meaning we're removing these so that you're not seeing any of that to influence you to.
Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that you did not assist her in getting her role in Aquaman?
Yes, I did. Yes.
And what is your response to that? It's not exactly true. Do you know when Ms. Heard first auditioned for Aquaman?
Strangely, I know the date. Well, no, yes, I do know the date because I was scheduled with my band, the Hollywood Vampires. We had done 2 shows at the Roxy, which is a place in Los Angeles, to rehearse for we were invited to play at the Rock in Rio concert, which is a huge rock and roll festival. So we did the 2 shows to go to Rio and play there. Miss Heard had wanted to come with me, and Whitney, her sister, had come as well. While we were there in Rio, we were rehearsing, getting ready for the show. Miss Heard informed me that she would have to get back to Los Angeles for an audition.
Got a smug look on her face.
It's basically after our 2-hour show or whatever, we would have to get on the plane immediately to make it back to Los Angeles for this audition. And that audition was at Warner Brothers. It was whatever film it was.
And when were you performing at the Rock in Rio?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that was I believe it was the 24th of September.
In what year?
That was 15.
What do you understand happened after Ms. Heard auditioned for Aquaman?
After Ms. Heard's audition, or possibly auditions, for Warner Brothers and I suppose the creative team. Ms. Heard expressed to me that the film was going to be, Warner Brothers had said that the film was going to be shooting in Australia. And Australia was for Ms. Heard, that was a potential problem, which.
Objection, Your Honor. Your approach?
Okay.
Oh my God. They're going to object to the whole, because of the dogs situation, that it was a potential problem because they were told that they cannot go back to Australia. Once they were told to leave, because Australia essentially told them, look, you have 24 hours to get these animals out of here, or we're going to euthanize your dogs. And Johnny Depp jumped out of his ass to get a private jet to send her 2 dogs back to the United States for her. A mega pint of objection. So I guess they're going to object based on the grounds of saying, well, she's not really in any trouble over there, blah, 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 blah. She was told never to come back to the country. Do you guys understand what it takes to get kicked out of an entire country for life? For life. No, he had to rent a private jet for the dogs. He had to rent a private jet just to get the dogs back to the United States. It was literally just the 2 dogs. And I believe, if memory serves me correctly on what they were saying, it was not the personal assistant, one of the security, I believe it was, had to go back with the dogs. Oh, really? Are we going to start this up again? You're tired of the sidebars too? Cap, my dog she's finished. She's so done with the sidebars. Can we not? Yes, I'll agree with what Kim is saying. It's not an all or nothing type deal when it comes to abusers and being abused. Don't do it. Oh, she's mad because Buddy is in her chair now. Oh my God, there's plenty of other places to sit. Come here.
I apologize, Mr. Depp. Could you please continue? What happened after Ms. Heard auditioned for Aquaman?
I was informed by Ms. Heard that the film was going to be shooting in Australia, and that was of concern to her, and because it was of concern.
Correct. Yes.
To Warner Brothers.
I'm going to go mute for a minute, guys, because Angel is just pulling back in.
Because I'd had a multi, for a few years, I'd had a multi-film deal with Warner Brothers. And so we'd been in business together. So I knew these people. I'd been on films with them. So she asked me if I would speak to them. I made a phone call and I spoke to.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Yep, there it is. Knew that was coming.
I don't believe he said anything. I think he was going to say who he spoke to.
All right, we'll see. Overruled at this point.
I spoke to.
Kim, are you in moderator mode for some reason?
The 3 upper echelon Warner executives, Kevin Tsujihara, Sue Kroll, and Greg Silverstein. And I told them that.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Just hey, if you guys are watching, please do me a favor and leave a like and share if possible. It really helps out the channel. Although I get copyrights for everything I post.
I can only say that ultimately she did get the job in the film.
Yeah.
So hopefully I suppose I had curbed their worries to some degree.
Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that she saw you consume 8 to 10 MDMA pills while you were in Australia in March of 2015?
Yes, I do remember that.
How
I
many?
also remember her saying that I took a handful.
Objection beyond the scope. Question.
Sorry, that was extra residue.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
I love every clap back he
Have
gives.
you done MDMA in your life, Mr. Depp?
Actually, not that many times. I would say in my lifetime, maybe in my lifetime, MDMA 6, 7, maybe.
And how much MDMA have you done on those occasions?
Not enough to properly. Well, not enough to properly experience what the chemicals are supposed to do to you.
Have you
So
ever
anybody that's
consumed 8 to
unaware,
10
MDMA is
pills at
ecstasy.
once?
No, ma'am. No, I have not.
And why is that?
Because I'd be dead. I'm pretty sure I'd be dead. I think one would die. Yes, and probably rather quickly.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you some pictures from the home in Australia that Ms. Heard testified about.
Sure.
Could we please pull up Defendants Exhibit 1817, which is already in evidence? Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I do. That's the downstairs bar of the house we rented in Australia.
And can you please show the jury where you were sitting when
Thanks,
Ms. Heard threw the 2 vodka bottles at you?
Objection, hearsay.
If I touch this thing, it'll make a
Yes,
mark.
it will.
Yes. Okay. So this chair, that one here, was over here. And it was in pretty much when I was turned around they were on a swivel. So when I was turned around towards the bar, I'm facing the bar. When I turned around this way, this chair here was in pretty much exactly this same position as this chair. It was when I was facing Miss Heard, who was, let's say she was, if you're looking at the photograph, she would be about here.
Could you draw a line in the direction where Ms. Heard was relative to where you were sitting?
Yes, absolutely. So if I'm sitting here, she was over here, like back here.
Approximately how far away from Ms. Heard, from you was Ms. Heard, if you can recall?
I would say it was probably 10, 12, 15 feet, maybe 10 feet, 12 feet.
And approximately where was your hand when the vodka bottle hit it?
It was leaning. My arm was leaning on the marble bar, right there where that imaginary seat is, and leaning, kind of just leaning back and looking at Miss Heard. She just walked away with the second bottle. She walked this way when she threw the first bottle, which is actually visible in the background on the floor.
I really wish they would
Could you
show
please
us
circle where the first
exactly
bottle is?
what they're showing on the screen.
All that is the exploded first bottle that went past my head, and the second bottle hit right up here where my hand was resting on the marble bar.
Can we please pull up Defendants Exhibit 1820? Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
This is behind that very bar.
And what do you see on the floor in this picture?
I see what looks to me like some kind of napkin. It looks sullied, soiled, blood, I don't know. And I see glass in the corner, blood obviously on the floor, and a towel leaning up on something.
Do you know how that bloody tissue got on the floor?
My best guess.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
You can't start off with my best guess,
Do you know
Johnny.
how the blood got on the floor, Mr. Depp?
I know how the blood got on the floor. It came from my dripping finger. So that's why the tissue is I'm 99.9% sure, since it is, looks like he's got blood on it as well, is what I held my finger with.
Do you see the wall on the left side of the photograph?
I do.
Was there a wall-mounted phone on that wall?
On the left side of the photo? No, I didn't. No. Not that I recall, no.
Everybody understands why they're bringing up these pictures and asking these questions,
Could we please
right?
pull up Defendants Exhibit 394, which is already in evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize this text message?
I do.
And what is this message?
It's a text to Dr. Kipper. I'm sorry, just reading through. Yeah, this is my text to Dr. Kipper, who had just happened to be in town, telling him that I've had it, and that I just lost a fingertip.
How long after your finger had been injured did you send this text message, if you can recall?
It's hard to tell.
The only down part here is he says that he cut the tip of his finger off.
It's delivered 3/7/2015, 5 o'clock. But I know that because of Australia time, it was the 8th, and it was probably, the whole thing lasted probably until about 2 p.m. Or so, when that was when Kipper was called, Jerry was brought in, Jerry Judge, sorry, excuse me.
So do you have an estimate as to how long after your finger had actually been injured that you sent this message?
I don't think it was very long. I think it was probably within the next, I'm sure it was in the next half hour or so. I would have had to sneak into a bathroom, lock myself in to type this out.
And how were you able to send this text message to Dr. Kipper in the state that you were in?
Well, he wasn't available at the time, so just sort of thumb your way through, don't you?
How long after sending this text message did you see Dr. Kipper?
I don't recall it. I think it took them probably 30 minutes or more, 30 to 40 minutes to get there.
And what did Dr. Kipper do when he first arrived at the home?
Oh, the first thing he wanted to do was inspect the damage of my finger and try and figure out exactly what had happened, how it happened.
And what did you tell Dr. Kipper about how your finger had been injured?
Objection, hearsay.
Objection, Your Honor.
We approach-
Hearsay.
All
We've
right,
discussed
that's
this
fine.
several times.
I knew it would be an approach, and I knew it was coming. Johnny can't say what he told somebody. Then how do you testify? I called that one perfectly. So the only damning evidence that shows with that text, yes, it shows that Johnny is desperate, that he's tired of her, that everything's going on. But the slip up in that text is saying, I cut the tip of my finger off. Because they're trying to reestablish. So for those of you that don't know, if you watched the first time around when they brought up those photos before, Amber Heard's team kept talking about this phone, this wall-mounted phone that he destroyed, and that's how he cut the tip of his finger off. Every photo taken happened to have, when they'd ask, where's the phone in this photo? Oh, it's behind the person that took them. I don't know. I didn't take the photos. So there's no evidence of a phone anywhere. There's no evidence of a phone being destroyed. There's no pictures of the phone being destroyed. There's nothing showing where the phone used to be mounted or destroyed where it was mounted. And so essentially what they're trying to do right now is establish that it was in fact cut by the bottle and not by this phone. Yeah, it's sad that Jerry passed away.
Mr. Depp, when Dr. Kipper was treating your finger, what did you tell him about how your finger became injured?
I told him that there was obviously, when you saw the damage in the house and everything, the blood everywhere, obviously there was serious damage done. There would be no point in lying to the man. He'd been through it with me and Ms. Heard before. I told him that she had thrown a bottle of vodka and smashed and cut my finger off, the tip of my finger, but a good chunk. I miss it.
Mr. Depp, you heard Ms. Heard testify about an alleged incident of abuse on your honeymoon. Do you remember that?
I remember her testifying to that, yes.
And when did you and Ms. Heard go on your honeymoon together?
I believe it was somewhere in the neighborhood of August.
I agree, Kim.
Because I just finished.
I think it should still be admissible.
Maybe end of July, August. I'm not quite good on the exact date.
Do you recall the year?
It was 2015, I believe.
And where did you and Miss Heard go on your honeymoon?
We took the Orient Express from Bangkok, Thailand to Singapore.
I'd like to just go on record and
What
say if anybody
happened
wants
while
to
you and
purchase
Miss
that
Heard
trip for
were
my wife and
together
I,
on
I'd
the Orient
appreciate it.
Express?
There were times when it was very agreeable, very nice. And then there were times when something had become dissatisfactory for her, and she would start the rant, the blooming of a fight would be on deck there, and at one point it didn't. I mean, I don't remember it lasting long at all. I just remember that I took a pretty good shot to the face, to the eye, to somewhere up here. So I had a bit of a shiner. But
That was photoshopped.
It all ended, and then everything got fine again, and we'd go to dinner, and it was all fine.
Did Miss Heard ever apologize to you for giving you the shiner?
I don't recall.
The reason
we
why
please
they're
pull
asking
up
these questions
Plaintiff's
again
Exhibit
is because he's going to be one of the last
which is
people to
already in
testify, so
evidence.
it's fresher in the jury's mind. It's brilliant what they're doing.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize this photograph?
I do. It was with the chef and the maitre d' and the staff were asking if they could take a photo with us, and they'd been very kind. They'd given us a
And
private dinner card.
so where was this photograph taken?
That was in the that looks like it's in the, yes, that's towards the back of the Orient Express. That's in the back train bar compartment, and just out back you could smoke on the sort of caboose or whatever.
And what, if any, injuries do you have in this photograph?
I think the eye's a little bit bugged out, if you will. It's, yeah.
How did that happen?
She punched me.
These things could happen very quickly if you disagreed.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I
You just asked, how
turned
did that
to
happen?
her and I said, "You hit me,
I
Amber.
believe he was about to
You just
explain.
hit me."
Well, us stating the objection.
Okay.
Sound familiar?
Mr.
Amber?
Depp, specifically, how did the injury in this photograph occur?
I'm sure it hit me. Is that better?
Does this picture accurately
Is
reflect
that better?
what you looked like on that date?
I don't look at myself much, but it certainly looks like me with a black eye.
Does this picture appear to have been photoshopped in any way?
No, I think it would be difficult to photograph or to start getting into sort of digital processing with a number of people in the shot, especially in a wide shot.
Not to mention how grainy it is. Feel free to ask
Could we
me how
please
I
pull
would
up
know.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 1301, and this is a new one, Your Honor, so this is not in evidence.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's reflected in this photograph?
Yes, this is the staff, it's the manager
What?
and his
You
staff.
shit together,
at
long
the,
crime. Let me see the photo.
Raffles Hotel in Singapore. And before we left, they asked if they could take a photograph with us.
And when was this photograph taken?
Well, that would have been, we were off the Orient Express, we stayed in Raffles, I believe, a couple of few days. And then from there, we flew to San Francisco.
So this photograph was taken after the photograph we just looked at?
This photograph was taken after the photograph in the dining car of the train, yes.
Your Honor, I'd move.
I don't know
plaintiff's
if we
exhibit
ever even saw the
1301
photo,
to
but
evidence.
it's got to be the other one that
Happy
shows
honeymoon.
that same
Sorry.
mark.
31st of
Wasn't
October.
it the security that took it? Saying we need to take this?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 1301 is an evidence can be published to the jury.
Mr. Depp, what if any injuries do you see on your face in this photograph?
I see pretty much the same. I see that the area in here has been is swollen and yeah, there's a bit of a shiner there.
By the way, somebody has used one of those recoloring apps that just automatically recolors black and white and sepia photos, and it brought it.
Mr.
It
Depp,
literally
do you
like
recall
a
Ms.
purple
Heard
bruise right there.
testifying that she punched you in the staircase incident because she thought of Kate Moss in the stairs?
Do I remember her saying that?
Yes.
Yes, I do. 3 times.
Oh
Yes, I
shit!
do.
Oh shit! He took the
Do you
glasses
have any
off and
understanding as
smiled.
to what Ms. Heard was referring to?
Yes, I do.
And
Tell him, Johnny.
As Kate Moss, Kate testified, it was many, many years ago. And what happened is what she said happened. I recall speaking with Ms. Heard about that very incident because of the downpouring of rain, because it was raining very heavily that day that Kate slipped. And I recalled the story to her.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's his recollection. It's not hearsay. Yeah, approach. It's not hearsay if it's his. If it's his words, if it's his recollection, it's not hearsay. No, I know that, Kim. I just thought that picture had already been I thought that picture had already been shown. I thought they were going to show the one that the security took of him that had the same bruise there. But I didn't realize that they were using that group photo, the one that somebody had recolorized.
Please continue,
on
Mr.
social
Depp.
media.
What did you tell Ms. Heard about the staircase, or Kate Moss?
I'll make it easy for Mr. Rottenborn.
Oh God, I love that pause.
Ms. Heard
Rotten
took the story and turned it into a very ugly incident, all in her mind. There was never a moment where I pushed Kate down any set of stairs, yet she's spewed this 3 times before.
Objection, Your Honor. Ms. Heard simply testified that she had heard a rumor, and that's
What's a
She
rumor?
did not. She did not testify as to that. She said, "I just remember
State the facts and evidence.
Kate heard Kate in the stairs."
Sorry, I was drawn by Mr. Rottenborn's voice. What was it?
He loves saying Rottenborn.
So what specifically had you actually told Ms. Heard about the incident with Miss Moss and the stairs?
Very simply that we were in Jamaica. I had left our bungalow about 3 minutes prior to her. I was standing outside and suddenly rain starts just coming down like it's, monsoon, and then I remember looking and seeing Kate coming out the door, and there were 3 little wooden stairs, and she slipped, her legs went up, and she landed directly on her coccyx and her lower back. So, and she was obviously physically in pain, and she was hurt, she was crying. So I ran over and grabbed her to make sure she was all right. That's it. That's all I ever. That's the whole story. But then the rumor of it, I'd never heard a rumor of that before Miss Heard grabbed hold of it. It's like that. I'm sorry.
Mr. Depp, we heard testimony from Miss Heard's
God, I
sister,
love him.
Whitney, during this trial. Do you remember that?
He's so charismatic.
And how would you describe your relationship with Whitney when you were in a relationship with Miss Heard?
Oh, she's gonna be staring at her sister this time.
Initially, I mean, when I first met her, I liked her very much, and grew to love Whitney very much, because I always, it seemed, Whitney, Amber's sister, Whitney, seemed to always get the sort of dirty end of the stick.
You can tell that this is very painful for him to go through because he feels betrayed from Whitney's testimony.
Because it wasn't new; it had been there for life, and that was seemed pretty obvious. So I took to Whitney very, very quickly, very easily. She was a very sweet kid. She was wonderful.
What do you mean that Whitney got the dirty end of the stick?
We're gonna get an objection for hearsay on this. He's trying to think of how to word it so it
kind
doesn't.
of a strange combination of loving sister, trusted sister and friend, and then lackey, and then, either the punching bag or the dartboard, or the recipient of some rather demeaning and ugly words, or she would have wine thrown in her face.
And who was the source of those demeaning words? And
Objection,
wine that you
hearsay.
just referenced?
Well, that would be Amber Heard, her sister.
And how do you know that?
Well, they didn't
I witnessed
say
quite
it.
a lot of it. The wine in the face was something that happened in New York, which I think that even made it into the papers. I believe that even made it into the papers. It was
Good
in an
foundation,
elevator.
Johnny. Good foundation, buddy.
How
Way
did
to
you first
establish
learn
that
about that
first.
incident?
Miss Heard told me in detail.
What
No
else did
hearsay
you
objection.
observe of Miss Heard and her sister Whitney's interactions during your relationship with Miss Heard?
They were just constantly up and down, but I could sense, I could feel that Whitney was trying to please her sister, trying to be up to snuff, and it just seemed like she got shot down.
Objection,
every
Your
time.
Honor. This has gone beyond the scope of the question or his foundation for knowledge of that.
Your Honor, I asked what he observed, between them. I think this is responsive to that.
May
And
we
his
approach?
testimony as to what Whitney felt is.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
There's that DUI guy right there, guys, in the upper, in the gray shirt.
Did you
with the
ever
gray,
see Miss Heard physically
hair.
attack Whitney?
The gray suit.
No, I've never seen any full-on blowouts, physical blowouts between them. tons of verbal
Objection
blowouts.
beyond the scope.
Overruled.
I've certainly
Beyond
seen
the
Miss
scope.
Heard grab Whitney, push her around. There were a number. There were half a dozen times when some of us, whoever was in the general vicinity, would have to leave. This is at Orange, when Whitney and Amber were living at Orange. Whitney and her boyfriend at the time, Sean Krajewski, and we had to leave the apartment and
Why was
wait in
that?
the car while they fought.
And when you say fought, do you mean
Physical.
physically or?
Physical.
And when you said Ms. Heard would push Whitney around, do you mean that physically push her or metaphorically?
Both.
You heard Whitney testify that she lived in Penthouse 4 at the Eastern Columbia building for a time, correct?
That is correct, yes.
How did Whitney come to live in Penthouse 4?
My recollection when Whitney first came to stay at the Eastern Columbia building in Penthouse 4 was she and her boyfriend, Sean, had broken up. And she needed a place to go. And so Amber asked if she could stay in Penthouse 4, and I said, well, of course, you know.
How long did Whitney live in Penthouse 4?
It was well over a year, on and off.
Did you ever ask Whitney to move out of Penthouse 4?
No, I did not, no.
Why did Whitney ultimately move out of Penthouse 4?
Objection, foundation.
What?
It's his apartment, Your Honor. He was living there.
Oh, overruled.
Yeah.
Whitney moved out of Penthouse 4 long before the marriage. And it was due to an argument that Ms. Heard and Whitney had, which had to do with Whitney working at the Art of Elysium with Jennifer Howell and those people.
Oh, no objection. He looked directly at Rottenborn expecting an objection. Did you guys see that?
Amber asked her to leave. Get out.
Where did Whitney live when she moved out of Penthouse 4?
My understanding is she went to live with Jennifer Howell.
Objection, speculation. No, that's
Your
true.
Honor, I know you anticipated having a motion at noon.
You can keep going. That's
Okay.
fine. We can. How much longer in direct do you have?
I have a bit.
Okay, it's okay.
Mr. Depp, do you recall hearing testimony during Ms. Heard's case from Mr. Mandel?
Yes, I do.
And who is that?
Mr. Mandel is my former business manager of 17 and a half years, who at a certain point I discovered had been embezzling quite a lot of money. So I had to take action against him and he and my lawyer of 17 and a half years, as they were in cahoots, as it were. And so yes, Joel Mandel is and they settled their case with me. They made their settlement. But yes, it was that was a very, Joe Mandel is a very bitter man who ended up with a lot of money that I worked hard for over the years.
Do you recall Mr. Mandel testifying in this case that you do not spend very much money on charity?
That I don't, sorry?
That you do not spend very much money on charity?
Objection, Your Honor.
You just want to
May we
approach?
approach?
Okay.
Okay. Yes, they both testified. And the other thing is so a lot of people are forgetting that Jennifer, although she had a very short, they showed a very little of her deposition video. He does loads for charity. Absolutely. They showed very little of her deposition video, but what a lot of people aren't realizing is that the jury was handed the letter that she sent to Whitney about her testifying and possible perjury or being asked to perjure herself
Mr.
on the
Depp,
stand.
just to remind you, my question was, what is your response to Mr. Mandel's testimony that you do not spend very much on charity?
My response to that is Mr. Mandel is a very bitter man. And one thing about that,
they've got about
myself,
an hour and a half
personally,
left, maybe hour.
With regard to charity donations, sending money to a charity, I prefer, I would rather that my name were not on it. I don't want the name to be the important thing or the thing that people talk about. So when I donate money, I donate without my name being involved because I don't see that that's important, my name being there in terms of money. Now, if I am able to visit hospitals, or if I'm able to meet with Make-A-Wish children, I have held on to the relationships that I've held on to within the Make-A-Wish Foundation and the Children's Hospital and various other places. Then obviously my name is involved. When we held premieres in Leicester Square for several films, Charlie and the
Objection, Your Honor.
Chocolate Factory.
Again, beyond the scope of his response to Mr. Mandel's testimony.
I believe this is in response to Mr. Mandel.
I would
Overrule the
say that this is absolutely in response.
Basically, when it was a public, let's call it donation or whatever, I would talk to the studio. I would talk to Disney. I would talk to Warner Brothers. I would talk to whoever the studio was well before the premiere, and make the premiere a benefit that would, once we did what we benefited, we did a premiere for Great Ormond Street Hospital. Did a couple of benefit premieres for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. I mean,
shown up as Jack Sparrow for free at multiple children's hospitals.
With that many thousands and thousands and thousands of people there into a benefit, it works and it helps. But it wasn't presented under my name. You know, it was Disney's doing this or Warner Brothers is doing this. I'm not looking for the pat on the back, as it were. If I can make it happen, great.
Just like Johnny Depp has always wanted to be the Hollywood star without wanting to be known as the Hollywood star.
Did you hear Ms. Heard testify that one of
He's
the
the actor that
charities she
hates being the
donated a
actor.
portion of your divorce settlement to was the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles?
Yes.
What is your relationship with the CHLA?
Objection, Your Honor. Irrelevant. And
How is that
Maybe
irrelevant? Yep, I knew that was going to deem an approach. How is that irrelevant? His relationship with the Children's Hospital. I find it funny that Amber Heard has been caught laughing so many times during testimony today. I knew that would garner an approach. Hey, it's that DUI guy. By the way, you guys, at the lunch break, DUI guy is going to be updating everything from the second half of this morning. Oh God, she is just not. Oh Jesus, this woman. He did after the first break about an hour ago. He posted all of his notes about the jurors' responses to testimony earlier this morning. So if you guys go to Twitter. I'll actually bring it up here for you guys real quick just so you can kind of see. This is the individual that I'm talking about. That's him right there. This is that DUI guy. You guys can see him sitting in like the third row right now. That's his notepad down there that he's been pushing everything out. But as you can see, these are all of his notes that he's talking about with the juror. How about an hour in? All jurors' eyes are glazed over. So if you guys really want an idea of the jury's responses to the questions and things that are being said during the trial, I highly recommend you go to the DUI guy here on Twitter and check him out. It's a really good resource for those of you that are wondering, hey, you know, what's the jury thinking right now? You know, because we can't see them. So that's a really good opportunity for you to go and realize, hey, there is somebody that's paying attention to the jury and they're you know, the way that they're acting with their body and their body language and their eyes, and you know, are they writing stuff down? Do they seem interested in the testimony? So yes, I believe he's only on Twitter, Harley, but I believe you can access Twitter. Oh no, I don't think you can access Twitter without an account, but if you need some other reason to be on Twitter other than him, you can always go to Angel's Twitter. She goes by the OF_Angel. You could always use your follow.
Mr. Depp, what is your relationship
Shameless
with
plug.
the CHLA?
I've had a relationship with the CHLA for probably 20 years or so.
And what's just the nature of that relationship?
Well, essentially, you know, sometimes there are Make-A-Wish kids.
I'm just giving you guys another option if you want
hospital
to see what the jury's doing. That's the best way to do it.
objection, Your Honor.
He does, but he's not going to be posting the stuff on the YouTube channel right now. Oh my God, another approach. What is going on? Yeah, make sure you give a like and share to the live stream if you're in here and you haven't done it yet. For those of you that have done it, I appreciate you. I love your guys' faces. Thank you so much for being here and going through this with me. I'm sorry if at times I'm talking over stuff. A lot of times, especially with Johnny, I'll be talking over stuff that one has already been covered, or two that we already know, things that have been out and about. You know, everybody's seen the videos of him going as Captain Jack Sparrow to the children's hospitals. So, I mean, we understand the basis of this. This is essentially for the jury. But if it's ever too much, guys, just like the woman did yesterday, just tell me, shut up, I'm trying to listen, because that's pretty much what she did. A little direct and rude, but I understood, and I shut up.
I'd like to take you back to exactly 6 years prior to this week, the week of May 21st through May 27th, 2016. What happened at the beginning of that week?
May.
There's the DUI guy going over his notes
21st.
right now.
Excuse me, May 20th.
May 20th. We're talking 2016 here.
Yes.
Could you guys
May
imagine
20th,
trying to
the
remember
afternoon
this
of
far
May
back?
20th, afternoon, evening. My mom made her exit. She'd been fighting cancer numerous times and for many years, and she fought all the way to the end. And so my mother passed away on the 20th of May. Which does bring instant perspective into one's mind. I spoke to Amber that night. I called her on the telephone, explained to her that my mom had passed, Betty Sue had passed. And
Time halts when they approach, by the way, Nita.
I thought that the best thing we could do was to that I filed for
Objection, Your Honor.
divorce.
Hearsay. What Mr. Depp told Ms. Heard.
We can move on, Your
Okay,
Honor.
yes, ma'am.
It's not hearsay if it's
Mr.
his
Depp, what
experience.
happened at the end of that week on May 27th, 2016?
He's allowed to testify to what
May
he
27th,
said.
my daughter's birthday. May 27th. I was not in Los Angeles. I was on the way to on tour, and that was when Ms. Heard went for the restraining order. And oh yeah, also that was the day that Alice Through the Looking Glass, a film I'd done, was opening.
Did Ms. Heard know that you were out of town on May 27th?
Yes.
And how would she have known that?
Well, I told her I was going on tour. I mean, that was well established.
How long were you going to be out of town on that tour?
2 to 3 months.
And did Ms. Heard know how long you'd be out of town?
I don't know if she knew exactly how long I'd be out of town, but it was a pretty extensive tour of Europe.
Oh, she knew. She knew.
How did Ms. Heard's actions on May 27th, 2016 affect you?
What, when she brought Franco into the house?
Changed everything.
Is that what they're talking about?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Oh, it didn't change
to This
everything?
lawsuit.
Sorry. Yes, I'm sorry.
Relevance.
Tourette's.
Your Honor, this is.
He said,
one of
sorry,
the
Tourette's.
keys.
He said, sorry, Tourette's. Oh, it didn't change everything? Oh, I'm glad that you know me better than I do. He hates Rottenborn with a passion. The 20s. Okay, so the 27th is, I believe, is the 27th not the day that she filed the TRO? Right? Isn't that the day that she filed the TRO? She waited until he left and then filed the TRO, and then somebody contacted TMZ. She doesn't know who. Although she happened to be there with her publicist, which she gives a lame excuse as to why her publicist would be with her in court. It makes no sense. You don't need to bring your publicist to go file a court proceeding. God, if somebody's on Twitch, please clip that. I wasn't ready. Dude, I was so not ready for him to be like, sorry, Tourette's. I accidentally turned my cam off. Franco was there, I believe, on I think it was the 22nd. And then on the 27th, I believe, was the day that she went in. I could be wrong on the dates. I mean, I've just recently watched and remember all this just from, a couple of days ago. I can't remember. And this poor bastard's having to remember all the way back to like 2012, 2014, specific dates. Like, I don't know how he does it. I can't remember what my wife gave us for dinner last week. Did you make dinner last week?
Last week?
Yeah.
Yes.
What did we have?
I don't know.
There you go. See, she can't remember either.
I can't remember what I.
Okay, so Kim, about this. So in the UK deposition, if you guys watch, it's if I can find the clip, I'll see if I can find the clip and then I'll present it over here. But in the UK deposition, she jacked up by saying TMZ was alerted, and she immediately stops herself and puts her hands up and she goes like this because she knows she messed up. She knows that she had just let everybody know that essentially she let TMZ know, or she knew that TMZ had just been told. Whereas in her testimony here, she's saying, well, I didn't know that they were informed until after. Oh, yeah, and her super sad face sitting on the bench.
Mr. Depp, what has it been like for you to listen to Ms. Heard's testimony at this trial?
I'm sorry.
What has it been like for you to listen to Ms. Heard's testimony at this trial?
Objection relevance, Your Honor.
I knew he was going to say objection for relevance. I knew it.
Insane. It's insane to hear heinous accusations of violence, sexual violence, that she's attributed to me, that she's accused me of. I don't think anyone enjoys having to split themselves open and tell the truth. But there are times when one just simply has to, because it's gotten out of control. Horrible. Ridiculous, humiliating, ludicrous, painful.
Ms. Heard, did
savage,
you send a text message to Jerry Judge on
unimaginably brutal, cruel, and all false. All false.
was alerted?
I wanted
because she's anticipating what he's getting ready to say, and she's
no
she's
human
got that.
being is perfect, certainly not. None of us. But I have never in my life committed sexual battery, physical abuse, all these outlandish, outrageous stories of me committing these things and living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to bring the truth out. So this is not easy for any of us. I know that. But no matter what happens, I did get here and I did tell the truth, and I have spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back reluctantly for 6 years.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Did you want to take lunch at this point or just, okay, all right, let's do that.
Okay,
All right,
everybody-
ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take
Everybody
lunch
sit
this
tight.
time. Do not discuss
We're
this
gonna
case
listen
with
to what the
anybody.
judge
and
has to
don't do
say
any
real quick.
outside research, okay?
And then
Thank
after
you.
that, I do have the clip. It's just a real quick clip. Well, or I can rewind the entire minute something to show. But I did
And
find
don't
the
break anything
section
on your way out.
where Amber Heard
Thank you.
slips up and she says TMZ was notified. And you see her, she like slaps her face, and it's just like you can tell she knows she just told everybody.
All right. So just a reminder
Yeah,
that
he-
since you
I
are
really
back on the stand, do
don't
not
think he
discuss this
cares
case with
if he
anybody to
wins
include your
the
attorneys at this
lawsuit.
point, okay? If you
I
could just
think
have a seat back
the
there.
damage
we have
he was
some other
hoping to
issues
have
take care
done
of.
and to have his part be
Before we
heard
take care
is
of the,
he's won in that
third-party
case.
motion. Could I have attorneys come forward on our,
And I'm sure that they'll probably do some sort of cross-examination when they come back, I would imagine. Anybody that can't see that that Johnny Depp displays all of the attributes of a victim and Amber Heard displays none of the attributes of a victim, but attributes of the assailant or the perpetrator is blind. I don't know how they could see it any other way. She's done nothing but displayed narcissistic behavior. She's been all over the map emotionally with her fake acting. Johnny is consistent. He hasn't changed his answers one time in what, 6 years? 6 years he has not changed his story once. Amber Heard has been all over the place with her stories. She can't get her own stories right. Her own sister doesn't match. Her witnesses are all over the place. So we'll see. We'll see if they, I mean, in all honesty, they kind of need to. They kind of need to, Kim, because if they don't cross-examine, if they don't attempt to cross-examine, they're going to run into problems because the jury's going to see that as, well, we're just accepting everything that he said. And they don't want to do that. Not with what he just, not with everything he just did. So, and here's the thing is like Amber said before, you don't ever forget. You don't ever forget when that happens to you, right? You don't forget this abuse. And then she goes, well, I mean, I just was wrong about the date. Johnny's never been wrong about the date. You don't forget. How is she not able to recall certain things if she was the victim? You remember those days. You remember those times. You remember every little detail going through these things. Johnny's never wavered on his answers. He's never wavered with his recollection of things. His story has never changed. Amber has difficulty recollecting things that don't seem to be in her favor or things that could perjure her or whatever. Well, they'll probably redirect. If there is a cross-examination, they'll redirect. But right now they said there's no further questions. That's why they're going to break for lunch now. Well, Johnny's going to waste their remaining time. There's no doubt about it. They're going to try to hurry him through with the question was a yes or no answer, Mr. Depp. If you could just, I'd like, thank you. You answered yes. We'll go with yes. Thank you. And then they'll move on to the next one because they know. I mean, look at all. When you are coming back and you're having to recall these things, you're not quick to discuss them. They don't just rattle out of your mouth. That's not how it works, because you're having to recall this emotional and mental pain and damage, and it's difficult to talk about. And you can tell with Johnny, it's very difficult for him to express these things in a clear manner, because he's recalling this pain and this agony and all of these things that he's gone through while it was happening. And every time he has to bring these memories back up, and it's not going to just rattle freely from your head. It's not going to just it's not just going to free flow out of your mouth. So if they ask him to recall things, he's going to waste their time. Not because, I mean, it could be because he's intentionally wasting their time. I don't think that's his intention. It's just because it's painful for him to bring back up and talk about. Let's hear. Yeah, and that's the most painful part. Yeah, exactly. He's had to relive this. He's been on the stand. He's been asked these questions. He's had to relive it over and over and over again. It looks like we're probably going to have some time. Do you guys want me just to play that quick clip for you of Amber Heard essentially perjuring herself during her UK deposition, where she says TMZ was notified, and then her immediate reaction? I'm just going to go ahead and bring that up, and we'll see what happens here. Was this not the, hold on. No, that's not the one. Oh, give me 1 second here. So we'll bring this up real quick.
My intention to do.
Well, here, I'll do the whole minute.
So.
Ms. Heard, did you send a text message to Jerry Judge on May 24, 2016, telling Jerry Judge, quote, "I'm desperately trying to reach Johnny. It's extremely important. Please tell him"?
I remember sending the text message that is in front of me right now to Jerry. And I remember sending this because I wanted to tell Johnny, or have him told by Jerry or someone who knew him or was close to him. Basically, I didn't want him to find out online that I had or was about to file, or I had already filed for divorce. I wanted him to know verbally. So I was trying to reach him through a third party to tell him. When I say reach, I'm specifically saying I would like him to know information coming from me or coming from Jerry from me, so that he finds out about the divorce filing.
Oh, you see her trying to get sad right there? It's because she has no emotional connection to what she's saying. That's why.
You slipped up there, didn't you, Ms. Heard?
Yep, let's do it again.
The divorce filing, or my intention to do so, from some other source other than TMZ, which was alerted.
Oh.
You slipped up there, didn't you, Ms. Heard? You let it slip out that TMZ had been alerted to your filing of the domestic violence restraining order, didn't you?
I disagree. That's not what I'm talking about.
TMZ is the same outlet that you released the video of Mr. Depp attacking the kitchen cabinets the day before this deposition was taken, wasn't it?
I didn't do that. I don't know
TMZ
how
owns
to do
the
that.
copyright to that video now, doesn't it?
I have no idea what TMZ owns.
And we're getting ready to find out after lunch if they allow this man to come and testify properly. We're going to find out, hopefully after lunch, exactly who it was that released that video. TMZ is trying to say that he's not allowed to discuss that is a confidentiality statement between TMZ and the copyright holder, that they have promised the copyright holder that nobody would ever know whoever released it to them. It's not going to be good. Yeah, she was definitely caught. She talks so much faster after she slips up too. Yeah, she tries to immediately try to push past what she had just said. We're only hanging on long enough to hear what the judge has to say before they break. And then of course, I'll go back and I'll do what I normally do, which is, I'm gonna set hey, this starts, at this time. I just want to hear what time the judge says for everybody to be back, so that way you guys can see that I've got a scheduled YouTube to go back to. And hopefully I see all of you back here, whether you're watching on Twitch or whether you're watching on YouTube. Hopefully I see all you guys come back here so that we can continue to share this experience and go through the rest of this trial together. I love when Johnny had the 10-second pause between rotten and born earlier. And then when he mentioned the Tourette's, I can't get enough of it. Oh, she absolutely is a train wreck. She's 100% a train wreck. And I cannot tell you how brilliant it was. And you know what? I'm just going to put myself up right next to these guys. I cannot tell you how happy I am and how brilliant of a move it was to bring Johnny Depp up. Secondary here, because for whatever reason, I feel like it's more appealing to do it this way. Oh, maybe I can't. I was going to just move us side to side. I love the fact that they brought Johnny Depp up towards the end of the evidence and the witness calling, because it leaves the last things that Johnny Depp has to say fresh in the jury's mind. Oh yeah, when he claimed Tourette's, he's like, sorry, Tourette's. I want the witness. I want Elaine or Rottenborn. I want Rottenborn to come up and say, now I believe if you testified when you were just up on the stand as to that you have Tourette's. Now, has that been clinically diagnosed? And when were you diagnosed with that? It's just one of the stupid things I could see them doing to say, see, Johnny Depp doesn't tell the truth either. I would love it. I certainly could. You're not the first person to suggest that, Eugene. There are other people that suggest. The problem that I've got right now is that I just really don't have the equipment to continue to do this. Like, my microphone is mediocre at best. I don't have a good headset to use, which is why I'm using Bluetooth. And the Bluetooth really only lasts, a couple of hours before it starts burning out. But I could do stuff like Angel and I could sit back and we could watch, I could bring up YouTube just like I have here, and we could do reaction to, funny videos or maybe whatever happened to this person or that person type videos. Or maybe we could do some criminal case stuff. Maybe we could watch some stuff, on serial killers or something like that. If you guys are interested in any of that kind of stuff, by all means, I don't have a problem doing it. I think, as we all know, I currently have nothing but time to do it. So we can certainly do it. The problem is if I'm going to do reaction videos to TikToks and stuff like that, the problem that you run into is music. And then I've got to clip stuff out, and it's hard to do it live, which is why you see a lot of the people that do the reacts, like Markiplier and Jacksepticeye and things like that. They all do them. They pre-record them, and then they edit them down to cut out any music or overlay music over the stuff that they're watching. So I could certainly cover past trials. I have conversations about it, like the Menendez brothers, the OJ trial, Casey Anthony, who wants to relive that shit. We could do these kind of things. Crimes in the media, cold cases. Yeah, absolutely. We could figure it out. So A mega pint is your notification sound. It's a mega pint. But we can certainly figure some stuff out, and we can go ahead and we can do reactions to stuff, or we can do further discussions. I mean, if people have topics that they'd like me to do, I'm not really good at creating like the YouTube. Like I'm not your regular YouTuber, guys. I've never really done a lot of the YouTube stuff. This is my first time really kind of diving into this type of content. I really do enjoy it. But like, yeah, this is one of these things, like you got to make cover photos and you got to do all this. I don't know how to do all that, man. Like, I'm not good at any of that. You can give me somebody on YouTube that does case stuff, lots of cold case I can use to help analyze. Sure. I mean, I certainly could. The problem with like I said before, the problem with doing the crazy video compilations and things like of that nature is you got to be really careful, because so many people use music in the background and I could become demonetized and all this other craziness. Not that I'm really looking at getting monetized. What I have, maybe what, I don't even know how many, what I got, 11,000 followers on YouTube. It's not like I'm looking at making bank on here anyway. It's just something I seem to be enjoying. I really do enjoy sitting back here. It helps occupy my time during the day. Oh, there it is. Nice bend over, baby. Your silhouette is awesome. What I would really like to do is maybe get like a room or something that I can just sit in and kind of have like separate. But I need more gear. I need a better computer. Right now, all I've got is this little 15-inch laptop that I'm using. Need better audio equipment. So, she does reviews, cold cases, and current stuff. Oh, cool. All right. See, now everybody's saying hi, Angel.
Hi.
And she's like, hi.
Are they broken for lunch yet?
No, not yet. I'm waiting for this girl to give me her address, so I'm kind of happy that they haven't yet, so that yeah, I know. I got to start somewhere. Yeah. So the thing is just making sure that I've got the right type of content that I can do it with. I've got to be able to review it, at least go through it to make sure that I'm not worried about it. I mean, somebody's going to, so just like here, somebody's going to call copyright on this and say, so that they can get monetization from it. I don't care if I make money from it. I just really enjoy doing it. And if you guys enjoy watching it with me and you guys want to sit here and you just want to live react with me and we can kind of, bank ideas off of each other and, what do you think? What do I think? What's your opinion of what was just said? That type of deal. I'm fine with it. I just, like I said, I would just like to get better equipment so that I'm not having to jerry rig everything using a Bluetooth headphone and this pseudo go Wish style microphone. She's probably still sitting over there. Has anybody here seen Wild Hogs? Because that's what it reminded me of. Has anybody here seen Wild Hogs with John Travolta and Tim Allen when they're in the biker bar and Travolta's just sitting there? That's what it seems like. That's what it seems like. Anybody that's on the Twitch, hopefully somebody was able to clip that section where he was like, I'm sorry, Tourette's. All right, so let's see what the judge has to say. I'm just going to leave it zoomed in like this. I know it's harder for some of you that are on your phones and everything to see it. I'm not really worried about what we're getting ready to see. I'm more worried about what we're getting ready to hear.
How you doing, sir?
Very well, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tillman. If you could just come to the center.
Who the shit is this guy?
Okay.
May I approach?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Go to the other side. All right.
I have not heard about West Memphis 3.
Mr. Tillman, if you want to.
Certainly, thank you.
Who the shit is this guy?
Short, as you can understand, but I wanted to take up your motion. I have read your motion and the declaration and everything attached to it in all the cases. And I have reviewed it, so I'd rather you not regurgitate that based on our time limit, but anything you wish to add to that is fine. If you want to, if I could focus you a little
Please.
bit. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. And yes, sir. As far as your comments about Virginia Rule of Evidence 2:508, that's a criminal rule of evidence. So that's not your strongest argument. And as far as what goes on is when the or if the witness testifies, whether it's hearsay or it's third-party knowledge, that's something I'll deal with at trial. So again,
does anybody recognize this guy throughout the trial anywhere?
As far as Supreme Court Rule 314, which I would like you to talk a little bit about that as far as intervention. And I got to tell you where I'm at right now. The concern, the issue I have with the argument is intervention obviously would make you a plaintiff or defendant in the case, and it has to deal with an issue that's germane to this case, and this is a defamation case. So if you could just tailor your argument to that issue, sir.
Sure, I'm happy to address the intervention. For the record, Your Honor, Charles Tobin from the law firm of Ballard Spahr.
Yes,
here
sir.
representing TMZ, which is the publisher of news and entertainment for the celebrity and entertainment industry. And Your Honor, we're seeking to intervene.
Oh, this is
simply to
representative from
protect the
TMZ.
relationship between reporters and their sources when it comes to reporting news in the public interest. We, as the court noted, we really don't have a dog in this hunt as far as Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard. We're really here purely on the First Amendment-based issue of reporters' privilege and reporters and their sources. Your Honor, the intervention rule, as the court is aware, allows intervention by anybody where the issue is germane to the subject matter of the proceeding. And certainly, Your Honor, the purported testimony, the proffered testimony of a former employee of TMZ who purports to be in a position to disclose confidential information learned during the operation of journalism, during his work as a journalist, is a germane issue that is being raised in this case. And Your Honor, we would point the court to
She looks like she's like, I don't give a shit. It's important.
Southern Bank and Trust case, 213 Virginia Circuit Lexus, 253. It's a Norfolk Circuit Court decision from 2013. And there it was an interpleader action. The funds had been interpleaded.
I pray to God she overrules
by two trust companies that were fighting over it. And
I hope she
the
denies
man who had sold his
the objection
property,
to.
who had no interest in the funds themselves, intervened in the case because he was uncertain as to his liability for excess funds, which was an issue that was not directly in litigation between the two parties. It was not part of the cause of action between the two trusts fighting over the money that had been pleaded into the court. The circuit court held that certainly the rights of that man was going to be affected by the decision making in the case. He would be prejudiced if he didn't have an opportunity to intervene, and no party was in the position to assert his rights. And so similarly here, Your Honor, TMZ is a news organization. It routinely accepts information, as is common in journalism, under exchanges.
Let's be honest. Does anybody, regardless of what this guy is saying, does anybody see TMZ as like a reputable
reporter's privilege? It is
news source.
It is TMZ,
like ABC News or something like that. Does anybody look at that as them as anything other than a video tabloid?
The cases that you had, in those cases, the witness was compelled to testify and came and was forced to testify. So there was an issue about the privilege of the witness. It's my understanding in this case, this witness wants to testify and is not under subpoena.
He has been subpoenaed, Your Honor.
Are you subpoenaed?
Incorrect, Your Honor. He's voluntarily.
Yeah, look at Ben. Ben Chu stands up. That is incorrect. He has
Your
not
Honor,
been
I have
subpoenaed.
a copy of a subpoena that was entered last night compelling Mr. Tremaine to give testimony in this case. And so he is coming under a compulsion under subpoena.
And if he takes a stand and he asserts some sort of privilege, then that's something I will deal with at that time.
Sure, but I'm here because of the scenario where he may not assert that privilege.
Right, exactly. And that's,
And it is
that's why I'm saying all your cases that you showed were the opposite.
Who's
where
live
they
on
did
TikTok?
assert the
TMZ?
privilege.
Well, it is a unique situation.
Right,
where-
and I understand you might have some issues with a former employee and you have some avenues to go.
I'd like to know who subpoenaed him.
Deal with that.
If Ben Chu's
But
team
once he testifies,
didn't
in the
subpoena him, who
privileges way,
subpoenaed
we
him?
have lost our opportunity to intervene
understand.
and
I
to
understand.
intercede.
All right.
And Your Honor, the privilege, I know Your Honor.
How is
you
Ben
said you
not
got
going to
the
know
case
that
file.
this guy was
Appreciate
subpoenaed
that.
by his own
Yes, sir.
team?
But the privilege has been
Who subpoenaed
recognized by
him?
the Virginia Supreme Court in the Brown case and applied by the circuit courts uniformly. It is a very important underpinning of the relationship between reporters and sources and reporters and the public. Without the ability to enforce its promises by current employees or former employees, a news organization will have absolutely no control over being able to enforce its promises. And so we would ask the court to permit us to intervene and to assert the privilege that belongs to TMZ.
Yeah, and last
which is
night,
the
because
organization,
yesterday
after all, Your
morning,
Honor, that would be
TMZ said that
responsible to the source.
this guy was
the
coming in.
privilege
So
waived.
All right. I
how
understand,
did
Mr. Tobin.
they
Okay,
know
I
that he
appreciate
was
it
going
very much.
in?
Okay, did
And
advice
then
wish to be
at
heard?
night he was subpoenaed? What?
Good morning, good.
Tell me that
afternoon, Your
this
Honor.
doesn't just scream
I'd like to
Amber
begin where Your
Heard's
Honor began.
trying
As
to
a
protect
threshold
herself.
matter, the court should deny TMZ's motion to intervene. Intervention is not appropriate for the reasons suggested in Your Honor's questions. As Your Honor is well aware, intervention is only appropriate with
Well, I'm
leave
glad
of
we stuck
court
around for
where
this.
a third party seeks to, quote, file a pleading to intervene as a plaintiff or as a defendant to assert any claim or defense germane to the subject matter of the proceeding, unquote. Virginia Supreme Court Rule 3:14. As Mr. Tobin, to his credit, has conceded, TMZ is not asking to file a pleading. It cannot properly categorize itself either as plaintiff nor defendant, and it seeks to assert no claim or defense germane to the subject matter of this action.
Yep.
Moreover, even if the privilege were applicable, which is not the case here, the testimony intended is directly relevant and would outweigh any qualified privilege. Quote, an intervener must be asserting an interest that is part of the subject matter of the litigation, unquote, Hudson versus Jarrett, 269 Virginia 24/32. Here, as Mr. Tobin stated, TMZ seeks to protect potential information solicited from a third-party witness, which is in no way a matter before this court, citing Commonwealth versus Gill, 89 Virginia Circuit 323, a 2014 case denying a motion to intervene where the intervener filed it, quote, to protect a property right, not a matter before the court, unquote. The outcome of this trial will not affect TMZ, and it does not have a sufficient interest in the subject matter of this suit to intervene. See Texas Fletcher, Maiden and Reed, PC versus Bank National Trust Co., 2013 Westlaw 5849140, granting, and this is distinguishing it, granting the motion to intervene where the intervener's liability would be affected by the outcome of the litigation. Finally, Your Honor, TMZ lacks standing to object to testimony by a third party in this action because TMZ, as Your Honor pointed out, is not being compelled to testify. TMZ's reliance on the Philip Morris case for the proposition that the privilege cannot be circumvented by seeking confidential source information from an employee is inapposite. 36 VA Circuit at 1. For one thing, as noted in that case, there is no testimonial privilege akin to that enjoyed under the Fifth Amendment, which would allow a reporter to refuse to appear before a grand jury and answer questions. And Philip Morris, as Your Honor is aware, the party issued a third-party subpoena for records to trace confidential sources. Philip Morris is inapposite here, as that case related as this case is related to witness testimony, not records. As Your Honor suggested, TMZ's quarrel, if any, is with Mr. Tremaine, to the extent that he had an NDA that was enforceable, applicable, and that's not what we're hearing from Mr. Tobin. So to the extent that TMZ, which is not exactly Edward R. Murrow, Your Honor, to the extent they have a beef, as it were, a cognizable beef, it is with Mr. Tremaine. It is not with Mr. Depp, and they clearly do not have standing to assert or to intervene because they are not intervening as a party, plaintiff, or defendant. So we respectfully submit, to the extent the court disagrees, I can go into the arguments why the privilege is inapplicable, but I will reserve that.
Thank you. All right. Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I would like to weigh in from just a different perspective,
Okay.
and that is because we're trying to deal with some important issues of privilege, et cetera.
Of
But from
course
our
you'd like to
perspective,
weigh in.
Representing Ms. Heard, we have issues with this witness separately, and I want to make them very clear for the record. This is somebody who should have been identified in discovery, was never. Second of all, it's not relevant whether, apparently what they're saying he's going to testify, and we have not had the opportunity to discover that, is he's going to claim that someone leaked to TMZ that Ms. Heard was going to obtain the TRO on that Friday and also leak the video, the kitchen video with Mr. Depp being rather violent. I'm almost certain he's not going to claim it's Ms. Heard, so I think it's never going to come in.
Mr. Hoff, I understand all that argument. Do you
here's-
have any argument as to this particular motion?
No, my
Okay, well, then we can address
well,
you.
my point is, though, if you balance the prejudice versus the probative value, I don't even see how he can come in on foundation or hearsay or relevance.
That's just not part of this motion at this time. Thank you, ma'am. All right, Mr. Tobin, your motion, you get the last word, sir.
You know, I appreciate that the court kind of shook your head when he made the snarky comment that this is not Edward R. Murrow. Obviously, the First Amendment applies to everybody, citizens, the New York Times, or TMZ. And this is a First Amendment-based privilege. Your Honor, the Philip Morris case is actually a very good case to answer Your Honor's question about the intervention of somebody else in order to assert the privilege. ABC was a defendant in the case, and it moved in order to prevent other people, the phone company.
But they were already in
airlines.
the case in that particular
I understand.
matter.
There is no other mechanism, though, and so it would be an interesting procedural issue for appeal, Your Honor, whether a journalism organization, or anybody else who's a First Amendment holder would be denied intervention on a constitutional-based privilege. I also, just for the record and for the merits of the case, if I understood Mr. Chu correctly, he said this is not an issue in the litigation. This does not relate to an issue in the litigation. Well, if it's not an issue in the litigation, if it's not part of a prima facie, part of the defense, part of the allegations of the complaint, if it's impeachment evidence, if it's collateral to the main issues in the case, under the Brown v. Commonwealth decision under the Virginia Supreme Court, under the application of that privilege in the Philip Morris versus ABC News, it is not supposed to be compelled in this case.
Which is, again, it's not being compelled, it appears.
Well, he is appearing by subpoena, and it is a compulsory process, and he will have an obligation unless he asserts privilege under oath. But it is our privilege, Your Honor. It's not an employee, a loyal or a rogue employee's privilege to waive on behalf of its employer. This is an unusual situation.
Tell me about
but the law, but the answers are there in the law, and it is a First Amendment concern.
This is not the first unusual situation in this case. I can
For either
tell you
of
for
us,
Mr. Tobin.
for anybody here, I'm sure.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you coming in today, and I appreciate your arguments. Yes, sir. Thank you. All right. In this matter, under Virginia Rules Supreme Court 3:14, a new party may intervene as a plaintiff or defendant to assert any claim or defense germane to the subject matter of the proceeding. A new party may not intervene unless they assert some right involved in the underlying litigation. A party is not entitled to intervene merely because a byproduct of the litigation adversely impacts them, and the decision to allow intervention is within the broad discretion of the trial court. Here, the rights asserted are not germane to the trial. The central issues in this case are whether defendant defamed plaintiff and whether plaintiff defamed defendant through a theory of vicarious liability. The issue of the confidentiality of sources has not come up as in other cases cited by EHM, which is the corporation that TMZ belongs to, is under their umbrella. In Brown versus the Commonwealth, there was an attempt by the criminal defendant to subpoena institutions in order to obtain the name of the confidential source. When the author of the article was subpoenaed, she refused to identify her confidential source on the stand. And in this case, it appears that the witness is willing to state the name of the confidential source without being compelled voluntarily. Whether that breaches a non-disclosure agreement between Mr. Tremaine and EHM is not germane to this matter and can be litigated in a separate matter if EHM so chooses. And while breaches of contract must be taken seriously, and the court does, any alleged breach is not germane to the underlying litigation here. That contractual action has no bearing on this case and is thus not germane to this litigation. Therefore, I'll deny the non-party EHM Productions motion to intervene.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, I've known Mr. Tobin for several years. I meant no snarkiness toward him.
Well, you're just a snarky guy. Yeah, Ashley, Mr.
Your Honor, I am concerned that we preserve the issue fully. And so
For the record, yes,
For the
sir.
record. And so I would ask, may I have the opportunity to object when Mr. Tremaine is questioned by question?
No, sir, you're not a party to this case. However, I will note for your record your objection to his complete testimony on behalf of your client.
Right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Microphone.
As with the Histrionic, witness, Your Honor, I would ask that we could voir dire him before the jury to find out when he contacted counsel and when they became aware of it. And I think also under the circumstances.
She said that.
What happened?
I'm not going to do a proffer in this matter. Okay?
She say the Hicksville jurors?
Oh, Mr. Rattenberg, I was
Sorry.
almost at lunch.
I know, I'm so sorry.
Jesus.
I truly am.
She's so done with these guys.
Just informed me that he has to just clarify.
Did she say the Hicksville?
Okay, all right, okay. That's fine. I think we need Ms. Myers.
Wait a minute. Okay, so it sounds like the TMZ witness is going to be allowed.
Sidebar.
Yes, they sidebarred. It sounds like the TMZ witness is 100% going to be allowed to testify as to who leaked the tape. Now, she said that you can object to the overall testimony as your, as a representative of your client. But essentially, she said, "Hey, you're not defendant or persecution on this case, so fuck off." And that is amazing. That is awesome that she took a stand as the judge in this case to say, I understand what you're saying, but it does not qualify to this case. What you're asking for is something that would be covered in a criminal trial. And I still want to know. Oh, yeah, the snarky guy comment got me. You're just a snarky guy. I'm still curious if Ben Chu's legal team had no idea that she'd been subpoenaed or that he had been subpoenaed. Who subpoenaed him? I would imagine that Ben Chu, being the head of his legal team, it's his company, that he would know.
Let's come back at 2 so everybody gets an hour for lunch, okay?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
All right. So I also have to leave you guys. I will see you all back here at 2 o'clock. The other stream is already set up for 2 o'clock. It's ready to go, and we'll see what happens. I hope to see all 62 of you back here at 2 o'clock, and let's get this show going on the road. So this is going to be interesting. This is a roller coaster at this point. This is a last-ditch effort by Amber Heard's team, and this could be the most damning part of the trial, proving without a doubt that Amber Heard is in fact lying about just about everything that she's said so far. So I will see you guys back here at 2 o'clock. I'll probably start it up a little bit early if I'm here early, but I will definitely see you guys back here at 2 p.m. For the second half of the day. Love your faces. Go, and if you want to see the jury's reactions, please go to the DUI guy on Twitter, and he will tell you how each juror seems to be reacting throughout the case this morning, and he will be posting more during the lunch break. So I will see you guys back here at 2 p.m. And this is getting good.